Hello. Hello. Slowly and surely, I'm getting everything ready. Don't you worry. Good. Oh, and then there's that as well. Peeps just like, you know, doing the thingy madiggies and like saving their stuff, even though lo and behold, there is other ways to, like, I don't have every redeem set behind only channel points. I do have some channel point stuff that is set to being a cheers, for instance. So I have it as like 420 is like de-himboing, 69 is doing extra himbo. I think 5 bits I have it for the cookie, but you know, don't ask for a cookie while in the stream, because right now I'm not using my 3D VTuber. I'm using my PNGTuber, which was done by the very lovely Capricious, who is sitting in my Zebra streaming thingy-madiggy, because they're really excited for this. They're like, undeafen me, nerd. No, I will not undeafen you. I will not undeafen. I am going to have my minute. I am going to crack open this cold one and enjoy this piece. Cool PNG. Thank you there, Jason. So, as was revealed in the title, I got myself a new PNG. Thanks to Capricious, who is in the chat right now. I have 0 experience in Devil May Cry prior to... Well, actually, no, that's not true. I played DMC, so I played the remake before I've streamed the Devil May Cry series to Twitch and all that kind of nonsense. So... And I've been going through it on the Mondays. It's taking me like 2 nights to go through Devil May Cry 1. It's been 2 nights to go through Devil May Cry 2, both campaigns, by the by. I've honestly enjoyed Devil May Cry 2 more than Devil May Cry 1, amazingly enough. And I think the only demerit for it is that it was a little bit boring to some regard. But, you know, different people have different opinions.
Devil May Cry.
Just waiting for me to unmute and be like, yes, what's Capricious's thing? So yeah, this is
we sew in, gang.
You sew in. So yeah.
Sew in.
Also, thank you, Omega, for being the first one into the stream. Thank you. How did no one get that? Peeps are slow, like I said. Oh, Arlo, hi, welcome to the stream. Welcome. And what did 10 Mucks write? Oh, how did the 11 p.m. stream go? Honestly, it went pretty well. I reckon, so I'll be doing it again this Saturday for the charity stream that I am going to be doing. I'm gonna be real with, so, I have another charity stream. After already doing one like last week, basically. 42. The life, the universe, and everything is entered by 42. But yeah, so I did one charity stream 2 weeks ago, and I've got another charity stream this week for the VTuber Summer Slam. And you know, I'm probably gonna do more Final Fantasy XIV, the critically acclaimed MMORPG, because that's what people expect me to play on Saturdays. I know I'm gonna be picking up Death Stranding on the Friday and playing that in the morning. Oh, by the by, that's coming out this week, so I'm gonna be playing that. But
I might
yeah,
use the money that you gave me for the PNG to buy it, even though I haven't played Death Stranding 1.
Death Stranding 1 was pretty fun. I played that I played that like before I did streaming, by the by. So any of you that are wondering oh, Grant, when are you gonna play Death Stranding 1? I'm not playing Death Stranding 1 on stream. I'm so sorry.
Also, chat, what do we think?
What do we think?
Did I cook or am I cooked?
So yeah, so Capricious, the lovely Capricious, they worked on this PNGTuber that you see before you. They were inspired by, because they've done themselves as Virgil, as you can see in the bottom left there with their deck chair, and they're like swept scum. And
Scum.
I have no context for this voice line, scum, but
Scum.
scum.
There's also
This may be fun.
That one's a good one. So yeah, so Capricious was like, you know what? Zeebs needs a Devil May Cry PNG tuber if he's gonna keep using PNG tubers while doing this game. And I was like, that is so considerate for you. That is so considerate. Thank you. And then she got to work, and she did a lot of work. And
I worked a lot. And I loved it.
yeah. So definitely owe
And
you.
you guys are gonna love it.
I definitely owe you for this.
Don't blow your load too quick, gentlemen. I want this to be a slow burn.
Yeah, so there is dehimbo forms of Dante, because let's be real, this is a Dante from the shortlist Dante with the jacket. This is Devil May Cry 3 Dante, right? Because like that's what he looks like. Hang on, let me go over to the gaming stream so you can see it. So, hello, is this thing gonna show? Yes, it is. Cool, awesome. So we've already gone through Devil May Cry 1, and there's Devil May Cry 2. Oh my god, he looks so fucking edgy in that compared to this.
Yeah.
And then here's Devil May Cry 3. This is the outfit, isn't it? This is...
Yep.
Yeah, it is. That's kind of... It's pretty funny. And yeah.
It's good because all I had to do was his jacket and his like straps.
Yeah, which is brilliant. Just for the upper half. So, which is really good. So yeah, and... obviously Dante isn't this strong, so hey, wait a minute, you know what a tech priest is? You mean like the Warhammer, you mean the Warhammer 40k tech priests? The ones that are
Of
like
the Blessed Machine.
where they were like, when I realized the futility of my flesh, I was disgusted. And then next thing you, like, they don't know what cyberpsychosis is. They just put a fucking, like, you know, pizzeria oven in their stomach for easy consumption of food. Their arms are just...
Put another toaster in my cerebral cortex.
put another, like, dreadnought class weapon system into my cranium.
Hell yeah.
Anyways, torpedo launched? What do you mean torpedo launched?
What has he done? I want to see this.
Boom. We're gonna go for Devil May Cry 3. Oh, you sent
also,
something. You sent something. Okay, hang on.
Also, feel free to stream to me so I can watch you.
Yep. Give me a second. Hey, nice. That is a really big tech priest. I don't know.
I want to see this.
Okay, well, that is that's on
Izzy's prerogative,
yeah,
though.
that's Izzy's prerogative. Izzy the Fat. Can we get a shout out for Izzy the Fat Cat, please?
I can do it.
You know this?
I can do it. I can do it.
My moderator knows how to do the thing. Let's see. Do they know how to do the thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, Izzy the Fat Cat last streamed art. Hopefully you had a wonderful time doing the arts. I saw you because it looked like you were doing a new reference sheet. I think it was when I last saw you. Gonna be real with you. You do some amazing work. I saw like the sketches that you had for the 3 heads, and you were working on like the line art. I don't know why neurons fire for me with your character sheet, and I was just like, oh, horns, oh, belly, oh, booba with side, like. just amazing. Oh, Jason started a liquid. Oh, you Jason. Oh goodness me. Is that for that's a liquid diet? So basically, same sort of thing that I did. Grant nutted it live in chat.
Capricious added permitted term nutting.
Nuttin'. Look, I didn't nut. I just appreciate it, okay? That they would be like I love Booby, okay? You can't fault me for loving Booby.
Booby is good. If I had a Booby PNGTuber, I'd wear the Booby PNGTuber. Maybe not today, but I would.
Another day, like Capricious is just gonna be, you know, doing all kinds of like fun PNGTubers. So like I'm half imagining honestly that it's just Capricious like as they normally are, the wolf form, and she just has like two like just perfectly spherical
Spears.
like yoga balls or basketballs in the front, like same
Spherical?
flat style, like spherical, perfectly spherical, and it just looks like actual basketballs with like the stripe look and shit. Just as a
That'd be
joke.
perfect.
Yeah, because like, you know, it would be a case of like, you know, you play into the joke of booba, but it's like perfectly spherical and like, you know, the whole, you know, NBA basketball thing, and you're like,
I'll have
no,
to play
basketball.
this when I get into any voice chat.
Ball. You could also do pondering the orb, so like you can just do the blue
true.
orb thingamadiggy with like the hood.
That's
Like
more my girlfriend's prerogative though. She's very magic inclined.
you're more sci-fi and like mechanical thing inclined.
No, dude, I'm way stupid.
You're way stupid. You're way stupid. So Moxie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe. Who's Moxie?
Moxie from Borderlands.
Ah,
Yeah.
yes.
At some point, there's a lot of games coming out in like the near future. I thought I would have time until like Broke-October coming in for games, but it's like, no, we have Death Stranding 2 coming out this week. We have Borderlands coming out in like I think August or something like that. And I haven't done like a proper check of like, you know, the next things that are coming out. So who knows what the fuck October is gonna bring us. Also, good morning to you, Calbar the Bear. Welcome to the stream. I'm using a PNGTuber while we go through the what's-a-mahoozy thing. Also, why is the music not pausing when I tell it to? There we go.
Also, hi, Warhorse Idra.
Also, hi. More like that, and everyone loves the bouncy. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I remember not Capricious. If anyone knows
you go watch the intro.
Fiona Murray.
Haven't you?
Is there a way to pause this?
Of Sparta. When I was young, my father
But I know
told
for
me
it, Fiona
stories
Murray.
about it.
But yeah, actually, I'll talk about it after this cutscene, because apparently this cutscene with the combat boots is important. Daigo
Oh, it's not.
Ikeno.
It's just good.
It's just good.
I'm pretty sure we can actually skip it. I think like this is just like the intro
entities off.
cutscene.
If it does the same thing as Devil May Cry 2, where it's like showing off like the game at like the start, the middle, and the end at random points and such, it might be skipped, but
I thought it was just a child's
ooh,
but I discovered that this so-called legend
there's a director.
wasn't a myth at all. Sparta existed.
Gonna be real, I'm watching the sword play, and the first thing that's popping up in my head is, oh, there we go. Okay, never mind.
I met the sons of Sparta.
There was just so much like sword swinging. I was like, when are they actually gonna be hitting?
Blood of their father
To be
flowed
fair,
through
this
their
is
veins. The two battled each other
this
fiercely
game was
for
mocapped.
Was it? Oh, that was cool, seeing like the little bubble. So
It seemed as if they derived some sort of twisted pleasure from this
There's
brotherly
me.
fighting.
oh, they're literally the same. I thought Virgil, like, because his hair is slicked back in the DMC remake as well with the fedora. From a early age, Dante just cannot win. He just gets stabbed every fucking time.
But in the end, only one was left standing.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
There's a slick back hair. As if there was gel in the rain. It was just, yep, done.
stabbed with his own sword again.
No, that's the Is that the same one?
Devil May Cry.
Was that the same? Okay. But yeah,
Devil
there.
May Cry special edition.
All right, cool. So, Fiona Murray. So, Fiona Murray, lovely, lovely hoss. I respect her, love her.
Shorty bad. I'm trying to hit for real, for real.
For real, yeah. No, it's like most of you may know her as like the big booty titty hoss. Hoss, that's fine. And she's like been around longer than I have and what have you. But love her 3D model. Love the fursuit and such like that. Also, pretty good meme game. Just putting that out there. Once again, it's doing the cutscene. But yeah, she posted a meme or something like that. Let me get my where's my blue sky? Because now comes the point where it's like, oh, let me just get the thing as a reference. It was like this. It was a meme where I was just like, basically, when you're going to a person that you like their design or something like that, and it's just like you just approach them and it's just like, you and I, let's commission art of our characters fucking or something like that.
Oh yeah, she posted that on Twitter as well.
Yeah, hang on. I'm just scrolling down really quickly. I'm going through like my blue sky.
I did respond to that with a God, I wish.
I reckon if you did like, even if it was just like low level, like, you know.
Oh no, I've done art for her.
You've done art for her? Oh my god, how have I missed this? Oh, here it is. Here's the image. So, ding dong, habam, habong. It's just like, bro, let's go commission our OCs fucking and get boners together. That's
Fun.
This is so when Izzy writes like Grant so nutted in chat or something like that, I'm just thinking in my head of like, one day, if with less inhibition in me or something, I will come to Izzy COME and be like, hey Izzy, let's have our OCs fuck or something like that, and see, and just shoot my shot and just be like, is this possible?
Also, thank you Big DJ. We know it's good because I made it.
Yes,
I'm the best.
Capricious made the PNGTuber. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Not today. Tutorial? Yes. What's the difference? Gold?
Gold.
Okay. Because they're just like gold or yellow, and I'm like, I have no context for this.
I
You've heard of it, haven't
didn't
you?
know it would replay.
The legend.
Oh,
of
we
But now
already.
it has subtitles.
Yay. Okay, cool. I can.
Oh yeah, that'll work.
Yeah, and it gets to the ringing phone thing, which was from
The
his
pizza
thing.
says 1. Like every mission start has the number.
Okay. Okay, so it's not his Devil May Cry. What the? What the fuck? Are you shitting me?
Sorry, it's not open for business yet. I haven't even picked a name for this joint, and I'm already getting calls.
What Jackie Chan bullshit is that? Why couldn't we get him doing that in the first one?
Like I told you, 3 is great.
3,
You a customer too?
this is some 90s action film kind of stuff.
The bathroom.
Yeah.
Help yourself. The toilet's in the back.
I am honestly sexy Dante fan service.
Son of Sparta,
Where did you hear that?
from your brother.
No, he's got heterochromia.
Sent this invitation for you. Please accept it.
Oh.
Oh, that little flick he does.
The little, yeah.
Wait for it.
Invitation, huh?
What the fuck? Okay. Already I have notes. I alt tab real quick. The first thing that pops into my head is, you know how Japan loves to do food? No matter what the medium is, no matter what the genre, if food is involved in recent media, it looks fucking immaculate.
Honestly, if my mum wasn't making dinner right now, I'd order a pizza right the fuck now.
If I wasn't trying to lose weight, I'd go for pizza while playing Devil May Cry. But yeah, I'm close, so close, chat. I am 25% body fat. I'm trying to get under 24. I just need like 10 more kilos, I think. But yeah, look, I watched that scene. Like I'm already loving the cutscene. I just hate that I didn't get to see this kind of Dante in the first game, and then the second game he's moody as fuck. So I'm just sort of now I have to like kind of switch off all that nonsense and be like, right, cool. Let me try and enjoy Devil May Cry 3. It reminds me of 90s films like Last Action Hero or True Lies, anything with Arnold Schwarzenegger, frankly, where it's just a little
goofball.
It's a little over the top action. I like how he like does, but and also Jackie Chan. If you ever pay attention to Jackie Chan films, he tries to do a lot of things, especially during his time in Hong Kong and China. He tries to do them for real. So, and it takes a lot of practice to do it. So anytime you see cutscenes where I remember this one where he's holding a fan and then he like does something with his hands and he just like has the fan spin in the air for a little bit before he catches it again. Or one of his earlier things where he was holding onto like multiple corded phones and then he kicks a pencil with his foot and catches it with one of his hands. There are scenes like that with Jackie Chan or kicking someone's shoe back. Like he's doing all that for real, but it takes so much work and such. So that's what popped up in my head with Dante just flipping the chair nonchalantly. No, we're not.
Do you think we're done?
No, we're not. But let's keep watching then. Let's keep watching.
Yeah.
Dude, you're... Okay, that's some good humor.
It gets better. Say the line, Dante.
This party's getting crazy. Let's rock.
Thank you for the Barthos. Ooh, okay.
Get ready.
Oh.
By the way, anything you do in a cutscene, you can do in game.
Oh, okay. What? No. That's not.
That's a gunsling skill. If you can do it in a cutscene, you can do it in the game.
That sounds like bullshit.
It's not.
Don't bet on it.
Are you fucking kidding? Select from 4 basic styles. Use your selected style action to show the enemy just how crazy this party can get. Press B to perform your style attack. Defeat enough enemies and eventually your style will level up, earning you new and wonderful style. You will master a new style action every time you style advances to a new level. Gain experience by defeating enemies. Change styles via the... Oh, you can't do it live. You have to pause the game.
You can if you install a mod, and like it's a good mod, especially considering the next of the game.
Oh, okay. So X is to shoot, Y is to melee, B is the... Okay, so there's just a style action, and then right bumper is logging on, back button is to... Oh, it's using the Xbox One controller format. This isn't the what's-a-mahoozy.
Yeah, this is a HD remake.
Didn't realize it was gonna... Hold right B and press to change lock on target. This applies normal thingamadiggy. Okay. Yep, red orb.
Red orb.
Cool. Okay, cool. So I've already got...
Try using your style actions as well.
Yep. Different. So doing ding with a slight pause and then pressing B in midair. And then firing your guns. Press well to do a midair jump.
Ooh. crispy. Should trick that out.
There we go. Hold RB to. Oh, I've already done the lockdown, the lock-on thing. So. And green orbs to revive my health. Oh wait, no, that.
Oh, I don't think you can do it mid-fight.
Oh, okay. I thought you could.
I wish you could.
Sweet.
Showtime! I'm pretty sure the red orb economy is like better in this game as well. Went right into that. I believe if you hold while you're doing the launcher, you go up as well.
There we go. Oh yeah, I'm getting quite a few orbs, so. Alright. So far, pretty good. I think it helps that I've also played the first two Devil May Cry games as well. I will be real with you, my thumb is already like, I feel like I can almost cramp it because of how rapidly I was pressing. That's my pizza!
Look at how mad he is.
Oh, and there's the coat. That's my coat.
I can already tell. Looks like this is gonna be one hell of a party!
Alright, mission cleared. Hey, look at that. Hey.
Abs.
Abs.
Abdominals.
Nice. Oh, and there's already a mission select, so you could, like, if I wanted to, I could go back.
Yeah.
Alright, so I can go next.
They really did nice on the quality of life in this game.
Yeah, and then I can go.
Customize.
Okay, so I can change my style here. Master different melee weapons, maximizing each, can masterize different guns. Minimize the damage of an enemy attack, allows to maneuver in a more strategic manner.
That's your parry style.
Okay, so that's parrying, and then that's...
Trickster's dodging. Swordmaster's sword attacks. Gunslinger's gun attacks.
Oh,
Personally,
okay, so
I
this is the B button stuff.
Yeah. Personally, I like Swordmaster, but like all of them have their uses, especially in the later games when you can switch on the fly.
Hold X for a charge shot, press the left and then button and plus B. B while on the ground. Holding right, then press B and forward on the left stick to do a release. Alright, I'm gonna try the swords thingamajiggy.
Swordmaster.
And then... Alright, cool. So you only have those. And we got gold orbs, holy water, blue orbs.
Trust me, grab you some action.
Alright, so there's Stinger.
Ah, yes, Stinger.
20,000, 10,000, 10,000. And then we can increase the power of the guns. Alright. Why is he in a shitty part of town?
That's all he can find for rent. And also, I believe you skipped the cutscene of the Temini Guru rising from the ground
You guys totally wrecked my shop.
and like fucking up the place.
Yeah, I think I missed that somehow. I didn't click any skips or anything like that though.
I think that was the first cutscene that we skipped because we watched a bit of the start.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll give you a synopsis. Virgil up there. And he wants to fight Dante. That's it.
Yep, cool. Yeah, because he sent it, like, some henchman, like, says, like, I have an invitation from Virgil, your brother, and then kicks the table.
You all have enough to cover all this.
All right. Oh yeah, I already know this.
Sting them back. Good shit.
There we go.
By the way, you got air combos with your style button.
Oh yeah.
Which I believe is called air raid. Don't forget your guns.
Yep.
And these aren't the Devil May Cry 2 guns. Nice. Nice.
Oh,
Get
wait.
back.
Yeah, that looks like it was gonna explode. There we go. Press A while holding left or right stick. Hold to jump. Yep, okay, I've already got all that dodging nonsense.
I'd hamp the bomb boy if I were you.
How do I swap the... Come on. Oh, hang on. That's how.
I think you click it in.
There we go. Oh, my health is not doing too good. I was not paying attention to that.
Yeah. I was about to say you're struggling a little bit. There you go. Beginning to believe.
Yep. Although, once again, thumb. What is with my thumb? I'm just rapidly pressing the Y, and for whatever reason, that's doing something to me. Oh, damn it.
Get about that Vital Star.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I wasn't doing too... Wait, hang on. Status... Item... Wasn't paying attention at all with that shit.
Yeah, you kind of get locked into a state, don't you?
Okay, when it was doing that, I thought I was doing like parries for a minute there.
It was sort of, kind of, but like, not perfect.
Yeah. Nah,
I hate to see it.
Yeah, hang on. Let me just... Thumb. We've already seen this. And then back. Grab you. Oh, this isn't at swordman mode anymore. Gosh darn it.
Hey, you can try Trickster. Trickster is not a bad style. You can only switch at the statues.
Ah, okay.
Besides, Trickster gives you a good out from those big attacks they were doing. Like, a lot of people actually, like, in 4 and 5, they hang on Trickster, like, when they're doing traversal missions. Just because it's mobility and, like, easy dodge. Sting in.
For whatever reason, I don't have my stinger, and I think it's because I only made the purchase and the customization menu for mission 2. So, yeah. Because I went for a restart mission rather than a, you know...
Continue.
So,
You got through that way quicker this time.
yeah.
Nice. Oh. Now he's moving, chat.
Okay, I'm gonna be real with you. You know how you told me, like, in the previous game, like, just use guns most of the time? For whatever reason, that use guns most of the time has almost worked here.
Almost. You weren't very long.
It makes the, yes, it makes the fight, but here's the thing, is like, I feel like it still makes the fight long in the DMC2 as well, because once I didn't focus too much on guns and did, you know, an actual mixture of the two, it was perfectly fine. And then with this one here, it's like, okay, let me not think about guns. That's the Tower of Babel.
Oh no, this is when the image comes up. Never mind.
Yeah,
I
that
guess,
just looks like the Tower of Babel from, like, biblical times. You know those paintings where it shows you the Tower of Babel? Because we never saw the Tower of Babel and it collapsed because there was no structure.
It's been nearly a
I know
year
that.
since we last met. Where does the time go?
All right, you got to go to street. Not to worry, Calbar Bear. Aaron, thank you so much for coming along. I greatly appreciate it.
Hey guys, it's me, Virgil from hit game Devil May Cry.
I thought you were going to say Marvel vs. Capcom.
True.
And he's only one mark of intelligence higher in Marvel vs. Capcom.
Only one.
So,
No doubt.
Once the
you've
first
got some
voice
fun
cutscene
planned
ends
for
of
me.
Virgil, I'll
Right,
tell you a fun fact.
oh yeah, he hasn't said anything yet either.
Yeah, that will be fixed momentarily.
All right. I think my stylish points were pretty low here.
Babska.
Babix. So wait, could I go back to previous missions then and still have my same?
Yes.
Okay.
I come.
Well, doesn't it excite you? The Timinagru has revived.
The fucking what?
One who once ruled this
Timinagru.
earth as the medium between the human world and the demon world. Isn't it a magnificent view? The greatest minds of their time, those who revered evil, constructed this glorious edifice. Now, after 2 millenniums of confinement, it can at last fulfill the purpose for which it was intended.
That's none of my concern. Did he have it?
Of course, he's taking good care of it. After all, it is the only memento left from the mother you both lost.
But he has no idea of its true.
Oh my god, he does sound nasally. I just realized.
He was sick when he recorded. He didn't even wait for him to die.
Nah,
He started walking.
Yep, and Arkham just like does a side glance to him. I didn't press any buttons then, by the by.
Yeah, I know.
That was just an abrupt cut.
I found it.
Found fucking what?
The bodies make a 3. Because it's mission 3.
Oh my god, I didn't even see. I was. Oh my. What the fuck? I thought. I didn't pay attention.
Fun fact, gamers. Did you know that Daniel Southworth, the voice of Virgil, was also the actor who played the Quantum Ranger in Power Rangers Time Force?
You know too much.
I like my Power Rangers.
There we go.
You gonna keep with Trickster?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep the trickster. I feel like dodging, because, yeah, I'm either gonna dodge or parry. Yeah. And whatever the fuck these are. Oh, these guys are, while jumping on the person to kick off the... Ow, fuck you.
I'll be right back, gang.
Not to worry. Thank you for being here. Thank you once again for working on this Dante model. Oh, they're gone. Hi there! Your favorite sequence from Angel Might launch. Hi there, Valkyrie Nixia. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. Darn it, Cap just disappeared. Their lawn chair is empty right now, so I can't ask them to do stuff. What the fuck? Why did my guy do that? There we go. Welcome to the stream, Valkyrie Nixia. I am going through Devil May Cry series on Mondays for Devil Monday Cry. I have gone it's taken me like 2 streams to go through Devil May Cry 1 and another 2 for Devil May Cry 2 for both campaigns. So now we're going... That is that is my dad. Hang on a second. All right, I'm back. That was a quick. That was my dad. He wanted to know how the walkathon went, and I was like, "Hi, I'm just in the middle of streaming right now," and he was like, "Oh, never mind. All right, we'll talk later." So yeah, folks, give your parents a call or your parental figure, whether that's your mother, your father, your mother figure, or your father figure. Ooh, breakables. Oh wait, no, I've already done all that. Okay, cool.
Damn it, my Domino's app ain't working, so I'm just gonna have to order it on the computer.
So yeah. Also,
worry,
can we get
I'll leave
a
it up
shout
on
out
the
for Valkyrie Nixia, please? They are a streamer as well. Absolutely love their 3D work and such, but that's not the focus of their streams. They play video games for their streams. Thank you so much. They are a wolf. Oh, nice. Yeah.
Breakdown.
Breakdown. And then, is there anything else to break? No, there isn't. Okay, cool. So, but it looks like there's a shotgun again. Okay, so you can change the weapons live, but you cannot change your style.
Yeah, no, you can't style switch.
Ugh. Love
Yes.
Planet. Control the camera with the right stick for a left rotation angle centered camera. You cannot use this feature in some locations. Okay, so it's still like second style, but like it's not the. Wait, is this the?
I believe it's X. Or no, wait. Jump and then is it it's like no, jump and slash into it.
Ah, there we go. Oh, you don't even have to jump. Nice. So silly. What a slut.
He's very slutty in this game.
Woo.
I mean, look at what he's wearing.
Yeah, no, and you had me dress up like him as well for it. Like, look at this style. Look at chat. Look at this. Now look at me. Now look at this. Now back to me. Now Dante isn't as strong as me, as you can no doubt see. Like, sure, he's got a little bit of muscle, but like, look at this. Look at the volume. Look at the volume of me compared to him.
Oh, Dante isn't as strong as you? Let me fix that.
No! Gosh, no! Now I'm the same size as Dante. This is unfair. Now I look even more Dante-like. Look at...
Yeah.
You won't gain points by merely repeating the same moves. Oh, okay, yeah, it's talking about ranking up. Ow, fuck!
They're basically saying, don't be that bad at video games. Be good at video games instead. Do you know how to be good at video games, Grant?
I think so.
I'm gonna get pepperoni.
Oh, you're a deep pan kind of enjoyer?
I like your pen.
Look. I cannot fault people for like their pizza choices and what have you, but like I remember I have a friend, Quaggles. They go for deep pan because they're like, you get more for your buck. You get more bang for your buck, and it's like, but it's for bread, probably like the least, the least filling part about the pizza.
No, I love deep pan. I know these fields because I've been in these fields. I used to make Domino's pizzas.
Ow, damn it, I got up to sweet and I won't know if there's like anything higher.
No, you got double S on the first mission.
Really?
Yes.
Ow. Almost. Last.
Breakdown.
So yeah, I had more bounciness than Dante, but then Cap to show off the D-himboed form that I have, because this art is all done by Capricious. Capricious does some amazing work. Can Capricious shout themselves out, please?
I can shout myself out.
Nice. Oh, it's probably too soon because of the Oh wait, no, it worked. There we go. Nice. I was worried that it was like be too soon. So yeah, Capricious does some amazing work. You should go check out their streams and what have you the next time they go live, and the potential like fun art they can make. I need to remember when I get paid from work to, you know, pay you for these services.
You already paid me.
I paid you for the meme thingy Madiggy and for the appreciation and what have you, and because, you know, because yeah, it wasn't
If you paid
like
me that much for that,
yeah, I pay like the original. Okay, so the original. Okay, for proper story context and what have you, it was originally for. Oh, I thought that's pretty much, but I thought it was pretty decent of like doing the two things, and you're like, it's a bit like not exactly the right price and what have you. And oh, hang on, can I break this?
break down.
Yeah, there we go. So yeah, so need to do like a better, like, you know, thank you for your services kind of thing, because I didn't ask you to like at the start to be like, hey, can you make the Zeebs thingy-madiggy and ask you what it costs and all that kind of stuff. You started working on this stuff, and I wanted to pay, and I want to at least pay you for your services and what have you. And yeah, so the first thingy-madiggy I did, because I didn't look at prizes or anything like that, was when you did a second piece of artwork for me, and it's like that one probably wasn't for that price, guys, but it's also not for the price of the like this stuff, the stuff that you've done for me, because that's definitely worthwhile. It's interesting to see Zeebs without his massive memories. Listen, they're not memories, they're pecs. Thank you very much. Get those pronouns correct. Okay, so I can change from
like, legally.
So Trickster doesn't add any change. So let's go with Swordmaster for a little bit. I can't get a new Stinger. Drive and Hike I can't do. So Air Hike I'm gonna have to pay for at some point.
I'd say get a Vital Stir.
Wait, am I? Oh, my controller did the thing again where it item. Water. Oh, I don't have. I should have bought a blue orb. Oh wait, you have to buy 4 blue orbs in order to level up the thing.
No, those are blue orb fragments.
Ah, okay. So blue orb is a blue orb. Cool. Good to know. Good to know. So yeah. All right. Ice Guardian's Chamber. I wonder what kind of guardian we're gonna deal with. See, there we go. There's Mies. Inception.
Yeah.
So, all right.
Memories.
Oh, that's not an Ice Guardian. That's Cerberus.
That is an Ice Guardian.
Oh, it is a
Nice Guardian.
Yeah.
Thank you for the hyper hit. Himbo, Omega, I greatly appreciate it. Right off the back of getting de-himboed, and you go and hyper himbo me. So this is Cap's, like, this is your favorite form of me, isn't it?
Yeah. You're definitely gonna need that form for this.
The Devil Trigger form. Oh, hang on.
Yeah.
The likes of you are forbidden in this land. You are powerless, are not worthy to set foot here.
Wow, I've never seen a talking mud before. You know, in a dog show, you definitely take first place.
God, this guy is... maybe I should have kept the thingy-majiggy that did the...
Take you for a walk. Come on, puppy. Let's go.
Yeah, thank you so much, Omega.
Now we've showed off all the forms.
Alrighty, so... Oop, okay, need to be mindful of my health. Yes, we're gonna continue. So, yeah. Man Maurice. Oh, yes, so much better, Ye Inception. Also, is the voice changer thingy happening on this guy still? I never know.
Okay. Yeah, it is.
Okay, cool.
Who knows? Maybe next stream I'll give myself a Devil Trigger.
Honestly, that would be pretty cool, because I'm imagining Virgil would have a Devil Trigger, wouldn't he?
Would he?
Or at least the equivalency of which.
Would he?
Because even Lucia had a...
Yeah, he's got it. He's got a Devil Trigger.
Yeah, okay. Oh, wait,
Okay.
we've already seen this.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so I can... Ow.
Oh, using Sword Master.
Yep. Oh, there we go.
Oh, nice move.
Oh, shit. Fuck.
Yeah, getting the ass off is a good move.
Yeah. I didn't realize I could, like... Ow. Gotta be mindful of that.
And V-Star.
Yep. So, would appreciate. Oh, yeah. So I'll be able to do this. Ah, damn it. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, okay. So that's one. So there is a limit to. Oh, never mind. There just becomes a point where.
Oh no, he's just turned his head around.
Oh wait, no. There's a one of the heads is gone. That was the thing I noticed.
Yep. Are you gonna first try this? Well, second try this?
Second try, at the very least. So yeah. Like I'm not a terrible gamer. Like after going through the first two games, like there's definitely gonna be
It took me a few more times.
It helps that I, you know, like you. There was a moment where you were like, "Hey, you should probably vital side." I was like, you know, barely keeping an eye on my health, and I was like, "Yeah, you're probably right. I should."
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it real. I was too cocky to use vital stars. I thought I can handle this. I'm a pro gamer.
Like nice on the ground.
Good read. Good read.
There we go.
Come on, the D2 water.
Okay, so hitting them in the head will probably be the... Oh. And I should have figured that if he wasn't doing any moves. Ah, he was so close as well! Look at that!
Ooh!
What?
They got your ass.
Easy mode is now accessible. So after dying 3 times, they're like, yep, all right, let's give you easy mode now.
Yeah.
Don't know how I feel when games do that. Like, I'm fine with you giving me difficulty options and what have you.
But they just told you skill issue.
Yeah, that's what it felt like.
Which I think is bold, but I love it.
Yeah. Oh, nice. So I just avoided that ice nonsense, but I still get hit with all this nonsense. All that ice. Get rid of all that ice. Whoop. Oh, okay, I needed to avoid the ice that he made. Use that vital star. Oh, I don't have any more I had 2 and only... And because I did the continue, it did the... Yep,
Dodge.
That was the right time to... Oh, god damn, he does a lot of hits when I get... Yep. Ah!
Oh. You hate to see it.
Yeah, and what's more is I don't have any more of those, like, vital stars, so I'll have to, like, remember to actually, like, purchase them. I do think Swordmaster is a good one to have still, rather than the dodge, because dodge isn't the problem. Yeah, so, oh, the cost of the vital stars has gone up as well. Okay, I'm gonna try this with no vital stars, just so I'm not using too much. I'm definitely probably gonna do like red orb grinding and such like that off stream because I have like mission select available for me.
Yeah.
So, all right, here we go. So yeah, real proper focus there. Here. Yep. Go.
Heads may take more damage.
Yeah, that's true. And I just need a... There we go. Oh. Oh, the guns break the ice. Interesting. 3, 2, 1. Oh, nope, he didn't get rid of his thing. 2, 1. Oh, that was right in the way, so that was dumb of me. Damn it. Ow. Ugh. Thought I avoided that. Oh my goodness.
Get right in there, get right in there, get right in there.
Yes! I nearly died, but this time I did it.
Who knows? I'm not even sure myself.
Excellent. Also, nice work on the 43% himbo.
I acknowledge your ability. Take my soul and go forth.
Reminds you of the Xbox Ninja Gaiden games? I was playing the Xbox Ninja Gaiden game, like the first one, on stream when I had like no idea what it is I wanted to play, and I decided to like just stream a game every day during my week off from work. That was probably a bad move. I probably should have not taken a week off work and made streaming every day. I should have only have... Oh, hey, a new weapon. Oh my... What the shit?
You gotta showcase the weapons.
That's kind of cool.
Welcome. My favorite weapon that you gain in DMC3.
It's like a nunchuck, but 3 of them. 3 interlocking rods infused with the elemental power of ice.
Hello.
It's a nunthruck.
And then you can change the thing via... Okay. Hello, the broken... Hello there, broken... Hello there is broken... Oh, it's... Okay. Here's what I know. It's not broken 100% of the time. It's only broken some of the times. Because here's the problem, is that if I do the hello there, it works. I don't know why. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And I, like, there's no rhyme or reason for why, like, Steam will bother or not. Oop.
Are you going to the party? What's the hurry? Didn't you get an invitation?
He's really keeping to this party motif.
He likes to party.
She's an idiot. She, like, unless she was meaning to shoot us, like...
Yeah, she was.
Oh my god. Nice. He wasn't... Oh, hey, heterochromia. The same heterochromia as Arkham.
Oh.
Uh-oh. The confidence in you. She tried to shoot you the first time. What made you think she wasn't going to try and run you over?
Keeps getting better and better.
He's just goated.
It's a nice try, staff. Yeah. Alright. So we get... Yeah, that one we didn't do
my
too...
pizza's like right here, so I'll be right back.
You're gonna enjoy some of your pizza.
Oh, I'm gonna enjoy it on stream. I'm just grabbing the pizza.
Ah, okay. So yeah, I could do mission select if I wanted. So on easy, we have 1, demo digest. Okay, so we can go... Alright. Exiting without return you to the title screen. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna click 4. God, I wish I could have pizza. I went for a cheat day this weekend because, 1, work was giving us...
Uninvited guest.
Is that so?
Work gave us like a little Uber Eats voucher thing for working the Saturday shift, so I took advantage of that. Probably ate more than I should have, because I then had to go to a birthday party where I didn't eat a lot or drink a lot there as well. Because I was also streaming at 11 p.m. and I completely forgot I needed to go to this birthday party when I set up my 11 p.m. stream. But it was still okay. And then I was just like super tired on Sunday.
A storm is approaching.
Did someone direct message me? Alright. There we go. There's a face in that red crystal. Alright, let's have a look. I'll stick to my style. Alright, so we got the choice of Ebony and Ivory, and then the Thingamadiggies, and then if we go to Rebellion and Cerberus. 3 weapon. A keepsake weapon from Dante's father. This magic blade's true power hasn't fully awakened. So, yeah, so... Thingamadiggies before, then we got all these guys. We could go for... Not been doing too hot with the, Wait, what's Revolver? An enhanced version of Revolver with increased spiral velocity. Hold down RB and forward on the left stick and pressing Y. Windmill. Spin the nunchucks around in a propeller-like motion to rapidly slice into enemies, holding R and pressing on the back button to... Alright, and then we got Rebellion, which does Stinger and Air Hike. And then we have guns. I can do improve the power. I'm gonna go for the blue orb.
Smart move.
So, is there anything else I can get for 4,000? Might get the vitality stars, honestly. It's annoying that they are so costly at this point, but... Yep. And then back into mission start. I don't know why I'm having the... For some reason, like, I'm playing through this game and... Like, there's more cutscenes, which I appreciate, but the cutscenes are using the in-game models, and I feel like in the previous games I had, the cutscenes didn't use the in-game models. They went slightly higher. It wasn't that big of an improvement, but there was definitely, like, a difference in improvement between in-game model and cinematic model, whereas in this one, it's like, I feel like they're using they're using the same model for both game and cinematic. For whatever reason. That's just in my head.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they do.
Okay. Alright, so you can do the live switching here. Yep, and the weapon just doesn't change on his back until you do a weapon thing. Okay. Alright, donk. Okay, this wants me to use air hike.
Kind of reminds you of the main room of Malay Island, huh?
It didn't, but... Is this going to be like an island? Is this going to be like a part of the game that I'm just going to be backtracking to a lot? Is that? Okay, and then we can't do that because there's a wall in our way. And then... No, so that doesn't do anything. Oop. No. Oh, but we can at least go through this door? Yes, we can. Awesome. Okay, I thought those things were going to come to life, but I guess what? You do love the Tri-Staff in Neo 2? Haven't played that game. Haven't played the first one or the second one. It looks Dark Souls-y to me. And I feel like that's because it was, like, meant to be, like, sort of a Dark Souls-esque game, and it came out in the early Dark Souls, like, genre/franchise time, which means that it is a very... It just has the disadvantage of looking very too close to Dark Souls, so it's like people are like, why go to that? During certain circumstances...
Nier came out after Dark Souls 3.
Oh, it came out after Dark... Okay, so not that early into the... Ow. Go. Hey, stylish.
Yeah.
So we got sweet, showtime, and stylish. And I am not doing too hot against...
Why don't you try using Cerberus?
Didn't think to. And also it's like the right trigger, so way too often I'm like, you know, because of using my right thumb to do the things, I'm not thinking to use my right trigger during the thumb press. I don't know, I'm dumb that way. To the being with the will of the thunderstorm, I bestow this power of steel. Okay, so I need like a thunder damage thing, I'm guessing.
Like, so yeah.
Oh.
Alright, cool. So that's him gone.
It is, but with Japanese history and based on the arts of the Ronin. Okay. But yeah, here's the thing, is that the reason why I thought it was like very Dark Souls-esque and all that kind of nonsense is because of, like, this is the part where I think, like, people don't 100% understand why I think it's important that we move away from utilizing a phrase like Souls-like, and that is because... There we go. The reason why I think we need to move away from using the phrase like Souls-like is because when you apply a video game as a title, like a singular game or a singular franchise as a title to a genre, you are implying more than just the mechanics of that genre. You are implying tone and themes as well. So in the realm of the Souls-like, you're not just talking about, oh, here's a video game that has you doing combat in a third-person fashion where there is, you know, wind-ups and, you know, long recovery windows. You've got dodge rolling, stamina management is an important factor, and you need to be
difficult.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Monster Hunter is a Souls-like, mechanically speaking. It's probably a better mechanical Souls-like than other games because it actually utilizes way more with stamina and the systems ingrained into it. You are, you know, playing a difficult game. Many people who go to Dark Souls realize it is really fucking difficult going into Monster Hunter because every monster you go up against is basically just their own boss battle with the NPC or with all the small enemies and such inconsequential to that fight, and it's all about reading the movements and such things that people talk about that come with just playing the game to get good at. So you got that mechanically, but if you ask people, does Monster Hunter have the same tones as Dark Souls? Absolutely not. There isn't like a gritty depression to Monster Hunter of, oh, the futile cycle of the monsters hunt or be hunted or any of that nonsense. No, it's fun. There's fashion involved with Monster Hunter, and community and multiplayerness is there, and it's not a huge requirement, but people love it anyway. Whereas with Dark Souls, there is a little bit of multiplayer to it, but it's not the focus, and some people would argue it's not fun when you get into the multiplayer, but it has an entirely different tone to Monster Hunter. But they're mechanically the same games. But no one is saying Monster Hunter is a Souls-like because it doesn't fit in the Souls-like mold. So, yeah, we need to have a better phrase for genre, because otherwise we're going to start applying Souls-like and we're going to start judging the merits of the game on more than just the mechanics. Like, imagine sorry, go ahead.
Jedi Fallen Order and like Jedi Survivor are both Soulsborne games.
They are, and what's more is tone-wise, they have it as well, because it's all like they have like the bonfire, and then just like you, a lone Jedi, the futility of up against the Empire and such, the fascist regime and shit. Like, it does way too much. It does that way too much. They could have easily have done the Souls-like genre in, say, like an old.
Have you played the game?
Yeah, I've played the game. Yes, there's a little bit of humor here and there, but like, it's there. There's the thing. The tone is there. It's not like that's why I'm using Monster Hunter as the example, is because mechanically it's there, but not tonally.
I don't think that that Jedi Fallen Order and Survivor hold the same tones or like values in that aspect.
This might be an agree to disagree kind of status.
Yeah,
maybe. But yeah, because the reason I think we need to have that kind of naming convention is because way back when, first-person shooters were called Doom clones. And back in the age where you had Doom, Duke Nukem, and Quake, Wolfenstein, yeah, that kind of made sense that those games would be seen as, oh, Doom clones here and there, especially when you look at Duke Nukem, where the reason for Duke Nukem's like fame is just like the extra detail that went into like the explicit style and what have you. And then you had Jedi Dark Forces or something like that, where the revolutionary mechanic of Jedi Dark Forces is you can look up and down. It's like Metroidvanias. Here's the thing, Metroidvania is a bit of an interesting one because that's 2 games. Metroid, true, but we haven't had Metroids in a long time, and Metroidvania can easily be applied to Zelda games right now. And what's more, even though Castlevania is in that naming scheme, we didn't get Castlevania with the mechanics of the Metroidvania until Castlevania Symphony of the Night.
Hate game, by the way.
Sorry? Yeah, everyone says that, and I've not had an opportunity to play it. So that's the interesting thing, is that that's an amalgamation. Souls-like, however, we have one franchise, and that franchise, the mechanically is there from the very first installment, even prior with Demon Souls. Actually, so yeah, because yeah, there's Dark Souls and Demon Souls was like a PlayStation exclusive game, and people, you know, liked Demon Souls, and they were like, oh, here's Dark Souls, which is like a spiritual successor. But whenever people say Souls-like, they're not talking about Demon Souls explicitly, they talk about Dark Souls anyway, even though, like, you know, Kingsfield did...
Imagine if character action games were called, bloody... what's the word? DMC likes.
That would be kind of funny. I know... mascot platformers is what we applied to games such as Crash Bandicoot and Mario Kart.
Sonic?
Sonic? No. Sonic was during the age of oh, actually, no. Mascot went as far back as Mario. I'm sorry. So yeah, so Mario, Sonic, Crash Bandicoot, Spyro. Like, imagine calling those games Mario-like. Imagine, like, you're playing fucking Ratchet and Clank, and it's like, oh, this is Mario-like.
Sonic I can maybe get, but that's because Sonic was originally based off of the creators' need to speedrun 1-1 in the original Mario.
That's interesting. That's cool. But yeah, so... Where was my brain? So yeah, so we've looked at... So the games that created in the Doom, like... in the Doom clone genre and what have you. Yes, you could look at Doom clones in today's modern scope and being like, oh, they're boomer shooters because there's like a very explicit, like extra mechanics and such like that. But that only came in after we got through a little bit of experimentation here and there. And then like System Shock, Thief would have been seen as Doom clones because they were first person shooters. They were in first person point of view. You had, you know, point and click, like really looking up, down, left, right kind of thing. Like, we moved away from calling things Doom clone. Like, imagine calling the recent not Silent Hill, the recent Resident Evil games. You know, Resident Evil Village and Resident Evil Biohazard, like those 2 games. Imagine calling them Doom clones. Imagine the looks you would get when you're like, oh, this is a Doom clone. It's like, no, people would say it's not, because the Doom guy is a power fantasy of, like, you know, beating out on the Christian, like, whatsamahoozies, which is like, you could not apply that to Resident Evil. Maybe you could in Resident Evil, like, 6, I think, because you're punching a boulder and shit.
I was gonna say you could probably do it in the original Resident Evil 4, considering how much flippy shit like Leon was doing.
Yeah, but Leon, what's more, is Resident Evil 4, you were in third person as well. Like, it changed itself mechanically, and what's more is Resident Evil had its own mechanic as well until Resident Evil 7, which is when we got the first person POV, and it was like more about you know, running around the puzzle, a little bit of puzzles and not that much and it was like fear and what have you. So that's the thing, is that there is a wildly different tone in first person shooter as opposed to Doom clone. Like, would we want to call God of War the modern day like a DMC clone?
God of War has been a DMC clone.
It has, but I say clone, would it be fair?
Like, in quotation.
This is
no,
my thing.
In modern day, no, not in modern day.
Yeah, so that's my thing. That's why I think we need to find a phrase such as like stamina, third person stamina combat or something like that. So then that way, like, it helps disassociate some of the like the repeatable nonsense, such as the bonfires to level up, running past all kinds of smaller enemies to get to the big boss, us and such. It's like there are some mechanics that we love, which is, you know, the rolling, the pattern recognition in bosses and doing those kinds of fights and what have you. But I am very tired of the, you know, lone warrior, or you're in a dying world and things have gone to shit and what have you, and it's like only you really could do something about it. Like, I'm a little bit annoyed because that is there in Jedi Survivor and Fallen Order, is that it's like it's just you. Like, there's other people, but really it's you more like. And the parts that are fun are when it has Star Wars DNA in it, which is the humor and the actual like message of hope, which is explicitly in Star Wars.
I love a lightsaber. I love them.
Yeah, those are lovely. And the fact that you were able to make your own lightsabers, I love that too. Lies of P had it so you could break a weapon, so you could have a different handle and a different blade, and apparently they did like different mechanics. I've not properly played through Lies of P to enjoy that yet. I've only gone through like the first mission, but yeah. Oh, I need to...
Speaking of, I'm gonna BRB real quick. Actually, I will.
All right, so I need to... What's that? Wait, no Metroid? We got Metroid 2 Remake and Dread. You are right at this point. I'm sorry about that, Warhorse Ninja. So... Alright, so I need to break these guys, because they're probably weighing down the what's-in-the-whoozy. Alright, is that everything around here? Yes, it is. So hopefully... There we go. Hi there, Sir Dragon. Welcome to the stream. We're going through some Devil May Cry. Capricious made this PNGTuber for me while we play Devil May Cry 3. And I'll probably use this for all the other Devil May Cries I play on stream as well. Oh, I was not keeping an eye on my health then. Oh, it puts me all the... not good. What's that? Slowly but surely, I am no doubt gonna lose my mind in this game. Alright, here we go. Going through all this nonsense again. Oh, they're not here this time. That's weird. Ready? So go up here. I honestly thought because of that moment there that I would have enemies like dropping down on the ground and it's like, oh, here comes an elevator ride I have to defend against. But I guess that's not how they want me to play this.
I'm back.
Welcome back. I'm trying out like the Cerberus weapons on these like sand peeps.
Nice. Those Tuscans with the ice magic.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a little cumbersome for me like I feel like I should be like swapping from one kind of weapon to the that was not what I intended. All right, so I need to jump to
You had it before.
yeah, okay, so it is that. I almost had it, I just didn't. There we go. There we go. There we go.
Nice.
Blue out. So that's 2 of them.
I
So
think
yeah,
you're at 3 actually.
maybe I'm miscounting. Perhaps. But yeah, I feel like to get a better sweetness rating, it's like I need to use the right trigger where I can, and I'm just not. Also, why in the world am I?
A lot of Devil May Cry 3. Also, you can kick up from the sides.
Yeah, but I can't like. Yeah, see, like I can't like do that.
Guess not.
Okay, so the clock tower is running. There was a... So yeah, obviously air hike would be useful there. But I don't have the points explicitly yet. And then there's that guy, who's definitely going to turn into a villain of some sort. A tablet with a round indentation lies in front of the large rotating gears. So I need... Wait, no, hang on. There was one that was, like, not on fire, I think. Oh. Nope, that thing is still on fire, I see. So... Alright, let me...
You can go buy stuff.
Let's go and see if I can get the, No, not purchasing item. I don't have enough for air hike. Yeah, air hike requires 20,000, and I only have, like, 5,000, so... I'm gonna swap over to Trickster, because I definitely need... I need to use dodge way more often. And then there's... Okay, so that does nothing. Never mind. Thank goodness Icy isn't here. So, wait. So I got... Am I gonna be told I can't? Or am I gonna get damage when I go? Yeah, okay, so I don't even walk into it. Let's have a thing.
He'll melt Cerberus if you do that. He'll go, ooh, too hot. I burn.
Wait, can I use Cerberus against it? Hang on, let's see. Okay, well that goes to shit. Well, there goes my brain. Goes to show, maybe I'm not listening to the game. I thought for a minute I was just like, oh, maybe ice powers and it can do the thing, but no. And then I can't get to that guy because there's a pillar in the way, and the pillar doesn't... And yeah, if I had... Alright, so if I go, like... Oh. Nah,
You can probably Trickster through that. Because, like, Trickster gives you air dodge, I believe.
Hang on. Nah, I'm pressing, like, A and think... Unless... Nah.
Must be a higher level.
Yeah, I think also it would dodge you... Like, if you could dodge in the middle of the air, I feel like that would, like, ruin the potential of, like, air hike. Oh, that was...
Oh no, you can
Okay,
you
so
can
I can...
absolutely dodge in air. Trust me.
Oh, wait, hang on. There was a, I forgot one of the little dialogue thingy-majiggies that was told to me was, a thing you can do. So if I do this... No, hang on. There was a... Status... There was, like, a move you could do. Hang on. Style... So that was Trickster. So wall hike. When near a wall, hold the left stick towards the wall. So there was that. So maybe... Because there was like this thing here. So the dunk, and then... Damn it.
Oh, thank you for the Hyper Himbo Pizza Fox. Welcome to the stream. How's it going?
Pizza Fox while you're playing Devil May
Hey,
Cry
there we
while
go.
I'm eating
Oh,
pizza.
damn it. No.
This is fate.
So, I almost got it. Okay, so I can just, like, push on the left side. So I just need to... Alright, here we go, here we go. So I go ding, and then... No. I'll get this. There is a way for me to, like, do the... So I just need to go dink, and then... No, that puts me all the way up across. There is a way for me, because it does... He would do the thing... Remember in Devil May Cry 2, where it's, like, running down across the side? I swear I could do that. No. Come on.
Having fun.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Okay, so... Oh.
Do you want me to bring up the guide?
No, because, like, the thing is I was at another place earlier, and then... Dunk, and then... Oh, look at that. Lucked out. And then... So we got this here, because I went through the blue door earlier. Dunk. Ah, fuck it. We'll go through the blue door again. We gotta go facing off against these guys. Blast. Oh, actually, something I should have said while I have, like, the Hyper Himbo on. Catboard has already heard me say this. So Unnamed has got this as a redeem. I don't have it as a redeem, because I don't remember this kind of shit off by heart, and I don't think it would be appropriate in the normal context. But, for this one... Oh, these... My boobies, my massive fucking titties, my super stuffed milkies, my honker bonker doinky boinkies, my fucking fabric stretching, wind flapping, gravity welling sex mounds? You mean these super duper ultra hyper goddamn motherfucking tits? There. Because there is, like, being, like, almost no mention of, like, pecs or tits or anything like that, so might as well get it done now.
Oh, these. My boobies. My hoinky boinky doinkies. My
One of those
golungus.
cases of like, oh, if you go under, you get to someplace different, but I don't think it's going to be that. I don't think it's going to be, oh, going under the gears will do something different. Alright, so... It's just... Unless... Oh, wait, hang on. Is there a way for me to get to that door?
Nope.
No, okay, so it is just going through the green door, which leads us here. So we got that there, we have no, and then there's a yellow door there. Hey, okay, so you did it. No, oh, you. God damn you. I just. Alright, let me try it. So I can get it working sometimes, just not all the time. Wait, is there a... No. Okay, so that... Because it looked like there was like a button on the ground, but that won't get me back up to where I was previously. See, sometimes it will do, like, you know, the proper, like, pushing upwards, but other times... Oh, nope. This is gonna have a terrible... Alright, ding.
Ooh. The parkour made him lose muscle mass.
Yep. So yeah, so this is what I wanted to, there we go. So that so that at least got me here. And then I can't go any higher because, you know, wall in the way here, and I can't do the wall running thingy-majiggy there. And then there was like a wall on the other side. So it is quite literally just, you know, going through the blue door again, which ends me up here. Oop. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Back through this door. That was a nice speech. Thank you, Warhorse Indra. If there's more things you want me to say while with the Hyper Himbo voice, do let me know the next time I'm in Hyper Himbo. All right, I'm not going to go up the platform because I'm going to be curious to see what's underneath. Because I reckon there's going to be something underneath. Okay, I can't go underneath. Never mind. That's annoying. Was hoping I could, but okay.
Ah, well.
Oh well. Thought there was a secret. There wasn't.
I love that move.
Doesn't give me as much, like, movement forward as it does. There we go. Alright. So then we jump on this platform. Gets us up here again. Is there something here? No. Okay. All right. So we're back through the green door.
You want me to bring up the guide?
Sure. I might need it for this.
Okay.
Okay, so... Oh, never mind. Got
I was about to say go through the yellow door.
Yeah, the yellow door... Well, here's the thing, is I was also an idiot and didn't know how to get to the yellow... Get to the yellow door, so there was that as well.
Good acting, though.
Ow, fuck you. And I've almost died at this point. Go. That wasn't fun. Gonna be real with you.
Yeah.
Also, I missed out on a red orb earlier. There we go. So gets us here to a blue door. Yep. Okay, and then we'd need to do. So if we had air hike, we can get to that, but we can't. So I'm going to this fella here. Yep, gets us. So that just has us like go and loop it around. So back over to the yellow door we go. And through the red door. Try not to die, hopefully. Whatever the fuck that is.
That's the Gigapede. You gotta jump on it.
Oh, maybe for that part I will.
You're waiting for.
Oh, wait, do I have to? Oh, god damn you. Okay, so I'm gonna have to do that. I'm gonna have to deal with that. Also, how is the... Ow! Fuck you. I feel like I'm doing something wrong.
There we go. All that
Okay.
damage.
That makes a little more sense now. So it is literally just riding them. Here. Avoid getting electrocuted by the next time.
Did you say about getting electrocuted?
Still got electrocuted, I know.
I know.
Oh, damn it. And that's ice. I don't have a thing in the diggy against. And that's me dead. Continue! Yes, and it's gonna put me all the way back at the... Oh wait, no, it puts me at the yellow tower. Yellow door. So thankfully I don't have to go through that much. And, yep. I'm gonna try and jump on him at the start like you said to do.
Yeah. I'm surprised that Blue isn't here.
I think he's a bit tired. Like he had like a Discord and Blue Sky announcement where he just wasn't 100%. I think for streaming. So I think the same thing
fair.
might be applying here.
Ain't gonna hassle him.
You're gonna hassle him right now, being like Grant's
No, I
playing
said
DMC.
I ain't gonna hassle him.
Ah, okay. That sounds good. Oh, what in the world? Can I? Nope, can't go through that hole.
If he's sleepy, he's sleepy. I'm never sleepy because I'm bloody well unemployed.
Oh, there we go. Oh, god damn you.
Oh, he's going directly for you now.
Yeah, I didn't know he could do that. 'Cause he just like did a turn earlier.
By the way, Cerberus does like way more damage against this guy.
Yeah, okay. Sounds good, Thanks.
Not due to any like actual damage, but just because like he's got like AoE and like multi-hit.
Yeah, not having the most amount of fun with him right now is the thing. With the whole, like, him darting in and out.
Yeah.
Because it's like, yeah, I'm figuring it, like, I figured out his deet and what have you, but my goodness. And then he does things like that, where it's like, oh, he's not even...
To be fair, you are spamming gun.
Yeah, I know I am spamming gun, but it's like, I was more meaning with the whole, like, you know, waiting for him to, like, it's that part. It's like waiting for him to, you know, do the, oh, damn it. Oh, okay, here we go. That's it. Nope, that's not where I want to be.
Devil May Cry 2 fan plays Devil May Cry 3.
Almost, yeah. It's just, I just wanted to, like, chip some damage into him. While he was like, well, I'm not on him is the thing. Oh, and then all that. So yeah, and he's all the way up there. And it's like, where do I jump to get him from there? Oh, wait, I can jump to get him from here. Oh, but that wasn't a high enough jump. And so, yep, and now comes the part where I have to, like, just sort of wait. Unless, can I make the jump here? Nope, he's already through. So yeah, now I have to wait for him to get back out again. So, do you see where I'm, like, coming from this? Like the whole...
Yeah, I know. I'm just taking the piss out of you.
Yep, no, fair. Alright, there we go. Now it's doing like a pretty decent amount of damage when I'm up there. But yeah, like, if it took me only like 3 to 5 goes to do that, I think I wouldn't have as much of a problem with, you know, the whole jumping on him and then having him like turn me over and such. But yeah.
Well, it could have, but you were having a skill issue.
Yeah. Skill issue then. Alright. Oh, and now he's doing his laser things. Ow. Alright, and now he'll drop down, which is what we want. Oh.
There we go.
Was a decent hit there, because I hit him in the wings, I think it was. And now but yeah, then it's, you know, waiting for him again. So... There we go.
There you go.
So... Reminds me of how I was trying to be more open and become more with my bouncing too, and a friend had me voice something from an Omu Rice and told them my voice isn't that good, but I did it anyway. They sent me a pic, and well, I learned I am very much better than I thought. Hey, nice work there, Warhorse Indra. Did you end up voicing the animation? Okay. Through this door we go.
I wish I did more VO work. I love doing like voice acting.
I like doing VA stuff as well, as you no doubt know, because of like the whole like Final Fantasy 14 stuff, and sometimes when we get like stuff where it's like, oh, there is no VA in the game for this, I'll just VA it.
Yeah.
Or like reading things from Baldur's Gate 3, that was pretty fun.
Kyok.
Disappointing! Hello?
There's no need to use violence, devil boy. Oh, wait. Better listen to what I have to say, lad. This tower here is very sturdy. You see? Your tricks will do no good. No good!
Zip it.
It's...
Pierce that big nose.
That could be a problem. Just hear me out. You've got nothing to lose, right?
He looks like a jester.
Jester.
Oh, it is Jester, okay.
I know
Yeah.
a thing or two about this.
I was about to say,
That
like, right on the money there.
is a power generator for this entire sector. In order to open the door, you'll need to apply a little something to it first. Do you know what that is, kid? Or is that too difficult for you?
And then just get him dancing.
Actually, I prefer a sword to be my partner. May I have this dance, my lady?
Ah, cool. Another hit things and it opens.
That is what the something is. Remember that, kid? Write it down on your hand if you don't trust your head.
Already? Jester? Pretty... I feel like Jester is
Joker.
way more powerful than he is letting on. Like, just by the rules of, like, comedy characters and, you know, franchises like these.
You still piss me off, though.
So... Up, and that's the mission done. My goodness, I probably wasted way too much time.
A little bit.
29 minutes?! Oof.
Dactus.
Yeah, look at that, an hour and 36 minutes of playtime.
Yep.
Next mission. It was already voiced, but they wanted me to get more confidence in my voice and my more busty guy self. Ah, okay, okay. All right, do I have the monies? It doesn't show my monies here. It shows my monies here. So I could get windmill, which might honestly be a good thing to get. What does this do? Increases the spiral velocity. If I had more points.
Of like revolver is your like, you know.
That's my
yeah,
that's
I
my
believe it's-
closer, because like I'm pushing forward is what it's doing.
Yeah, lock on forward Y.
Yeah.
Thanks for destroying the luck for me, devil boy. And welcome to hell. Please accept my gift. Don't be humble. Just take it. After all, we're buddies, aren't we?
Okay.
For this, you're gonna have to harness your inner Devil May Cry 2 player.
Ah, because of the shooty thing. Or just time the swipes. We'll see, we'll see.
Isn't that special? To be honest, I was expecting something a little better than this.
Ow, fuck you. Yeah, you can't dodge in the middle of the air. Oh. They hit, annoyingly enough. Yeah, not doing too hot. Not doing too hot. Oh, look at that. It has an... Oh, wait, no, that's not an S. That's a 5.
Ah, yeah, there you go. I'd actually recommend using your shotgun.
Oh, okay. Oh, wait, hang on. There we go. You. Oh, okay, so they want, like, certain amount of damage done. And once again, I use the left trigger thinking it's gonna do the shot, but it doesn't. Yeah, once I stopped locking on, I do a bit better. Go.
You know, these enemies
Oh,
are
they
annoying.
split in mitosis. That's annoying. And they do like a full like segment of health, which is the annoying thing. Oh, I'm in the what's-mahoozy place again. I am making this more difficult for myself by being here, aren't I? Oh wait, are the doors locked?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so yeah, so no, I'm stuck here.
Also, if you saw on the back door where you came from, it had 5 on it.
Yeah, no, I mentioned that earlier.
What mission is this?
Come on, don't split. There we go. Oh my gosh, that took way longer. Yeah, I can definitely imagine doing...
Be wary.
Oh wait, was I supposed to go there?
Yeah.
Or you can expect us. Or you can expect us.
Get the weapon switch on that motherfucker.
Excuse me. My name. Or you can expect us.
Oh. Oh, and then... Okay, so my thought... I just saw this happen. It happens way too much in Clair Obscure, but the left stick has like a weird like zone where it doesn't go back to center, it goes slightly forward. So sometimes I have to like force it back.
Or you can expect us. My name.
There we go. Everyone wants to show off their balls, it seems. Yeah, the Joker just throwing balls left and right. Jesus. But yeah, my good. Okay, I am definitely having a huge case of like, you know, check your privilege or something like that after going through Devil May Cry 2 and having like a relatively easy time, and then I go into Devil May Cry 3 and it's like, yeah, the tutorial worked well for you, and that overconfidence is now affecting me. It's like, no, sit back down. That's not how you're meant to do this. So I need to definitely like rethink how I'm going through stuff, and I am most certainly am probably going to try and get like air hike and all them. All right, so
no one would blame you honestly for doing some
offline
like, red orb farming.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be some red orb farming going off like off stream, and you'll no doubt see. Okay, yeah, I should be going this way. I don't want to go all the way back down. That would be a terrible idea.
Yeah, just don't play missions that you haven't done on the stream yet.
Yeah, no. So I'll probably like what'll likely happen is if I can get to the mission selector with with like my save to previous missions and such, I'll probably do it like that. All right. So the astronomical board or whatever the fuck it's called. Hey, okay. I know where we need to go to get to that thing. And then there's like a thing down there. All right, so all the way down to the bottom. Because there was a thing here. Oh, hey, another red orb. They're not really worth much. Oh, damn it. Yeah, because right at the get-go, air hike. I'm probably going to get air hike just so then that way I can get through way more of these, way more of, like, some of these, like, gaps and such. They feel like such an essential. Vajura. A weapon used to control lightning is merely an ornament. Oh, there was a thingy somewhere that was like, you know, lightning stuff. I'm trying to remember where did I go to see that? I remember there was like a lever or something, and it was like, hey, go and do this, like you need the power of something or other. Let me head up to the green door. There was like a pulley somewhere. Okay, so you can't go down a floor from here for whatever reason.
Yeah, no.
That's annoying. Alright, so gotta go through the blue door then. Yep, cool, made it. Alright.
Funnily enough, my stepmom really wants me to watch like all of the Indiana Jones movies this weekend.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yeah, because I've watched none of them.
You should watch at least the first three. I have not seen the Dial of Destiny or what have you yet, so that's probably going to be something I need to go and do. Actually, I remember I had this as a streamer goal, like, or not as a streamer goal, sorry, as a charity goal. The last time I did a charity stream to make it so that there was like a movie marathon or something like that, whether that be through Discord or VR chat. We never got to that goal because no one donated during that walking subathon thing, or walking marathon. But maybe I'll make it a goal for the charity. Oh, actually, no, I won't do it for that charity stream coming up. I'm gonna keep the charity stream I'm about to go into like really low maintenance, because otherwise I'm gonna like set myself up for failure. I'm just gonna keep it as like simple milestone of like, hopefully we'll get to 100. If not, too bad. Add, and then just keep the incentives low and rethink the rewards here and there. Soul of Steel. Its possessor need not fear hell nor oblivion. Okay. I don't remember if there's a thingy. I don't remember if there was something that would asking for that. Oh, we gotta deal with all these guys again. Fuck's sake. Fuck you.
I'm surprised you haven't come across any gold orbs.
Yeah. Now that you mention it, weird, isn't it? Because those are the ones for like revivals and such. Like, is that a problem because of like, you know, picking yellow as opposed to
No, you picked gold.
I picked gold. Okay, so what happens if I picked yellow? Would it just
I think yellow and gold just do different things.
Okay. There we go. All right.
That was pretty dope.
Yeah, it was pretty dope.
Or as they say 2 games later, that was pretty dope.
There we go.
Because the great thing about Devil May Cry 5 is that you get a style announcer.
Nice. For a while, it's just been, you know, adding in the sounds and such when it gets to like a really good one. All right. So where do I go next is the question.
Good question, indeed.
So that was dumb.
Come on, wimp.
All right, hang on. Stats. Is the map useful? Chamber of... Okay, yeah, it is. It is useful. Cool. But, oh my god, you have to press back so many times. All right, so I need to go to probably that red thing in the center then. Oh. Oh, neat. Boing. All right.
The devil trampoline.
Yeah. Alright, so there wasn't a door here.
You got the solar steel though, that must do something.
Yeah. I've already used it in like the Astrum thingamadoog. So they already used the Astrum thingamadoog at the other place, so maybe something here? Was it? Let's see. Inserting that has opened the passage to the second floor, which did I not go through whatever door opened up then? Hang on.
Alright, you got Vajora.
Now comes the bit of me doubting my... Oh wait, hang on. Was there a door there?
Leaving Statue Room. Oh, you gotta go back to the Chamber of Echoes again.
The what of echoes?
The Chamber of Echoes. Like, you know where you fell?
Oh. Hang on. So you were talking about... Let me just run up this thing. So that's the yellow door, I believe, again.
If I remember correctly.
Give me a sec, give me a sec. So... Where the fuck is that yellow door? Nope, not that. Or green? Is it green door? No.
No, that's the Astral Chamber.
Nope, nope.
But I do think you gotta go through there. You know, to get up to the yellow. Oh wait, no, you're on the top of the Astral Chamber. Never mind.
Wait, it's not letting me through. Oh, there we go. Now it is. So, Chamber of Echoes. So that's where we are right now.
You can go to the Endless Infernum, which is the yellow door.
Okay, so... The other side. So not this door. So there's the yellow
That's the
door. Alright. And then... Oh! Oh my god, that's scary, to say the least.
And now you have a combat adjudicator. Combo 1, revolver. Combo 2, satellite, swing, windmill, starter.
I am a combat only technique I see cool can move. Oh, okay. There we go. Blue
Good
orb
shit.
fragment. Creating a blue orb, increasing our health. That was very important. Soul of Steel, there we go. Didn't realize the staircase there would work. Was that because I had the Soul of Steel that it led me to do that?
Yeah, because you don't have to fear hell or...
Oh. And then Surges of Fortune. Look. Oh, there's a little thingamadiggy over there. So...
What's the other thing? Oh, that's just...
Secret Mission 2.
Oh, secret mission.
Defeat all enemies without taking damage. Oh, Jesus. Right at the get-go.
Yeah.
Well, those guys I don't have fun with, so... I don't have fun with those guys, so I'm not gonna fuck around with that secret mission.
That's fair.
I'm just gonna keep on going. If I really want to, I'll do that, like, probably off-stream, quite frankly.
Nice. Reminds me of the elevator ride in Metal Gear.
Oh, I was thinking of the elevator ride from DMC 2, just recently that we had.
Oh.
Go. Shooting us up here. Nothing around. Nope, can't go that way. Can't move the camera around, so we just do this. All this shit. Hey, another statue. I just realized that this line has titties.
Yeah.
How long have I not...
Draw it.
You've drawn this... You've already drawn this line in the past, haven't you?
Nah. But I should. That'd be a good idea.
Yeah. Alright, let's see. Is this gonna be another boss?
Look, brother, it's been ages, but we finally have company. I see that. We must entertain our guest. You're right. We have to be gracious hosts. What should we do? How do I know? We need to come up with something.
A riddle?
Brother, our guest is sighing. Sigh? What is sigh? Well, a sigh is when...
Enough already! How long are you two gonna keep carrying on like this? In case
It wasn't even a minute.
I'll spell it out. You're a guest. Wants to go through. Got it?
Our job here is to guard this pool. That's right. We cannot let you pass.
Oh, no. Oh.
Hey, you're almost at Swordmaster 2.
Oh, man. Not doing too well, I'm gonna be real with you. No idea how to play this guy, so I'm just gonna knock my head at a wall until I catch on. Because also, this isn't Swordsman, this is Trickster.
Oh, well then you're almost at Trickster 2.
Oh,
you disarmed him.
Didn't know that was a thing I could do. Actually, I should probably...
Oh, I tried going for Blues Brother before you killed this guy.
Oh, okay. Oh, did he just stab his own brother? And his dodge, I realize, doesn't allow you to go through him. Oh, is it? Nah. So keep using Cerberus is not useful in this instance. I don't know how I did the disarm, I'm gonna be real with you. I thought I just timed it right, and that would have been enough. Oop. Oop, and I'm stuck in a corner. Ah! How did I disarm the... Did I just, like, hit him at the right time?
I could check for you.
Maybe. Maybe it was just that simple. So that...
Oh, you know how when you like hit him at the same time, you clash with like, a flash? Do that like 3 times, and they get disarmed. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, that doesn't happen all the time. Also, why is that guy's sword on fire? Jesus.
Because they're Agni and Ruthless Lady, both are different types of elementals. One is wind, one is fire.
Okay.
Yeah, this boss you're gonna wanna kill him at the same time.
Ah, okay, because one of them has like a rage thing, like in Black Myth Wukong with the What's-Makuzi. Okay, so that guy I've done a...
Disarm him.
Okay, so he gets way more hits from servers because he's like red nonsense. There we go. Ow. Masonic, I am so focused right now.
Fantastic.
Hey, there we go.
Oh. Get him, get him.
There we go.
Fantastic movements.
Agni and Rudra. It's nice that they tell us the names in the achievement, but they don't give us the names in the health bars.
That's because they give you a name in their weapons.
Okay, okay.
Is Agni, and my name is Rudra.
Rudra.
Shall take us with you. We could be a great help to you.
Okay, but on one condition.
What is it? Name it.
No talking.
Fair enough. As you wish.
Oh, it's a dual wielding thing. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, and then
No talking.
I will laugh if these guys like will do like the style thingamadiggy of like dope, crazy, and all that. Serrated
Oh, no, they
blades that
don't.
hurl both fire and tornado. You can only carry up to
They
two.
do talk sometimes, though.
Yeah.
And
Styles
guess
leveled
what?
up. There we
Trickster
go.
too.
Hold the left stick in any direction and press B while in the midair. Perform the dash maneuver 2 times in rapid succession.
What'd I tell you? Air dash.
There we go. Nice.
And if you can tell, that's actually the same thing you bounce off during an air hike.
And once again, the mission... Yeah, 24 minutes. I'm going through these not very quickly. These are not fast times, let me tell you. So, 5. All right. There's probably like at least 12 missions or 20 to this thing. The
believe
bonk.
there's 20.
I don't know why the bonks aren't working. Hang on. Oh, god damn you. I pressed start to like, you know, as though to like change from like things, but now I've just missed the cutscene like an idiot. Why is
Dang
my thingy-majiggy not working?
I'm pretty sure that was a good cutscene too.
Yeah, and I've gone and fucked it up. I'll probably go back into the what's... Oh, that's why, because 3D props was hidden. So, hang on. So if I... What does it look like when I have 3D props doing its thing? Test trigger. Oh my god, 3D props is like nowhere near my nose. Okay, how am I gonna do this? How am I
Is it anywhere close when you do this?
Absolutely not.
Done.
No, it's alright. So foreground elements, 3D grant, 3D. Filters. So ding. I know what I need to do. I just need to do like no, not move source swap. I need to do move source. Oh, that does it on the bonks and what have you, which is not the same. I need to have it on the foreground elements. So grant seated. Oh, okay. So that does it on the 3D grants and what have you. And then those are all main overlays. So get rid of you. Get rid of you. So wait, what does this do? So this would put me here, there. Yeah, no, that doesn't help me at all. All right, ding dong, keep it at full. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. And let's have a look. Can I do? So I can do a move source. Okay, so it only lets me do it on the full. That's not what I want. All right. Close that. Filters. Okay, so I can do it on the thingy-majiggy. So if I do move source here. Yay, okay, I can do it on the props. All right, so if I do this, so get transformation. There we go. So that, rename. So full, props full. And then I'm gonna duplicate this to props corner. And then the props corner, I'm gonna go and, oh, nope, that's not what I wanted. Props corner, here we go. Props, there we go. Put you like here. And then go get transformation. Looks good. So if I go, and then if I do, there we go. That's close enough. All right.
That'll do.
That'll do. It's close enough. All right, and then the bonk is, let's see what bonk's like.
Bonkers.
Yep. All right, close enough. So I just need to make it so that, yeah, so 3D grunt will be like that, and then oh, I see. Okay, so makes it visible. So I've probably hidden 3D props because of PNGTuber enabling and disabling. All right, so if I do, so I can enable bonk zebra, enable boop zebra. Okay, I know what I'm doing. All right, hang on. Where is my, so setting action for PNG, and then scenes, or no, sources, set source visibility state. So over in foreground elements, we're going to make the 3D props visible. And then we're going to copy the sub action. And then for VTuber, paste this action. We're going to make it so that it's hidden. So then that way, the next time I go to PNG off or something like that. All right. Sorry about all that, chat. Just fucking around. All right. Oh, wait, no, hang on. Exit. No. Quit the mission. Okay, so it just puts us, like, here. I love her boots.
Yeah.
Damn. So they just give us like a different
100%
body
human.
each game.
Yeah. This one's the second best one, in my opinion.
She has so many fucking weapons.
Yeah.
I left my controller on the desk and it's vibrating like mad.
There was no reason for that. But God, was it cool.
Alright, hang on, I am still in what's-a-mahoozy mode of, like, fixing up my, filters, and then props corner, and then... No. There we go. Alright, cool. Sorry, I was just... Get transformation. There we go. Alright, that's a lot better for... That way, when the redeems happen, they actually do happen. Alright. Vibing like normal. Now I'm vibing like more normal. Nice. I'm gonna have to pay way more attention going forward. Alright, so Trickster level 2. I'm gonna head over to... I'm gonna swap over to... Actually, no. I'm gonna stick to Trickster because I definitely need the dodging. I'll swap over to, like, the other ones when it's, What's
Plus, you can just farm them offline while
yeah,
you're doing the
exactly. Alright. So that... Stinger is 10,000. Drive is 10,000. What's drive? Lightning quick sword fling that sends a powerful shockwave towards hold down Y, then release. Oh. Press A in mid-air. And then we've got Agni, which is slash through multiple with increased speed in this powered up version of the jet stream, holding, pressing forward. Whirlwind. Back on the left stick. And then, oh, another air hike.
You have to buy air hike for each weapon.
That's a little bit ridiculous in my opinion, but I can't fault.
If it is, like, that's fucking crazy. I'm pretty sure it's not.
Hopefully not. We'll see. And hang on. Status, equip. Oh,
You
the
want
left
to try
trigger.
out Agni and Rudra?
Wait, why won't it let me ding? And then, oh, I need to do the change.
At a bloody place.
Yep, I'm an idiot. Oh my god. The goddess statue piercing stare is focused on the front door. Unfortunately, this door we can't get to right now. We can't go any further, so... Can we go through this door? Yes, we can. Alright. Oh, there we go. Equip. And then... Change from... Oh, no, don't do that. Alright, let's have a look. And once again, I saw my... Passing one trial still shows lacking. Passing two trials expands horizon. Passing all trials unlocks one's true potential. Your wisdom will be put to the test in the chamber ahead. Use your lifetime experience from the crawling infant to the man standing tall, and finally to the old man leaning on his cane. So 4, 2, and 3. Because there is definitely... There's a riddle where it's like, what walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 in the... what walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, and 3 in the evening? Which is, you know, a man. They walk on... They crawl on 4 legs, and when they grow up, they walk across 2, but then they need a cane, which makes a 3rd. There we go. I know things. Alright. So now we should be able to just go back to 1. Yep. There we go. Your technique will be put to the test in a chamber ahead. Overcome the onslaught of obstacles to guarantee your future. Good thing I got the Trickster, because I should be able to do air dodges.
It's just like that part in DMC1. Grant?
Yep. Give me a second. I'm just watching. I'm watching. Okay, so they give us a gap. Oh, Jesus. They give us a gap to be able to, like, do the thing, and then I was just like, you know, incapable of, oh.
I'm like 20% sure you
Oh,
can just, like,
nice! These weapons are good.
Yeah.
Ow, you bastard. And of course they do the... You go suck a lemon. Oh, it's not blue, it's Masonic, just using the icy command. So we can. Okay, so it does like almost the same sort of moves as blah 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 as Rebellion, honestly. It's just, you know, 2 swords now. Unfortunately, no dialogue going off with the styles with these Agni and Ruby. Would be nice.
Yeah, but you get like 1 voice line when you do, like, I'm pretty sure it's like their big finish.
Okay. Your warrior's heart will be put to the test in the chamber ahead. Light all of the crest to suppress the evil spirit's rage. It's like the What's-a-Mahoozy spider in DMC1, isn't it? Alright, so... Yep. Yep, okay, so it makes them very powerful, so I need to break the... Oof. Not good. What items do I have? Okay, so I already have technique and intelligence, which means I only have to go through this place again. You can't use Icy that soon there, Masonic, I'm sorry to say. You'll have to converse! You'll have to use your own dialogue.
Yeah, see,
Okay, I'm glad that they're not... Oh, never mind. The thingamadiggies ran out, so... Okay, I'm gonna wait for because that orb is no doubt gonna go down at some point. If I do this. There we go. So that gets the first one. Oh. And then... Gotcha. Essence of fighting. Alright, so we now have completed all 3 trials, which means we can go back to the... Shows lacking, expanding horizons, one's true potential. Okay, so... And we can go down here, and put those things in there. Use fighting, nothing happens. Technique! Giving us the Artemis, a gun of the demon world that discharges arrows concentrated with demon energy. Nice. Oh, wasn't meant to do that. I was just meant to... No! There we go. Once again, the controller, like, you just need to do a small dip. Go. Another blue orb fragment. Wait, did the bonk go off then? I don't know if it did.
Neither did I. I'm not gonna lie. I've been drawing for like the last 15 minutes. Luckily, I have enough screens to watch many things.
Many things!
Many things! It's him.
It's Arkham!
The Fartcom Knight.
Go to hell.
You point a gun at me? Your own kin? Your dear papa?
Ah, okay, so that's the twist.
All I ever had was my mother. And she's dead!
You break my heart. After all, it was I who gave you your name. My darling daughter.
Uh-oh. Ah! She is a terrible shot then, but
Yeah.
props for trying.
She's also shooting at her dad, which is, you know, you'd be a bit frantic.
Fair enough.
Hell, I hate my dad, and even I'd be a bit frantic shooting at him.
I guess. There we go. 7 minutes to do a mission. That's a little bit better.
I don't think I could, even though he's a massive bastard.
Alright. Next mission. See how we do. See what we do. Yep. Sexy lady falling out of sky.
Well, this is my kind of rain. No wonder the sky looks so funny today.
Let me go!
Let you go? But it would be a waste if you ended up as just a pretty stain.
Uh-oh.
He took 1 damage.
What the hell was that for? Here I am trying to help you, and you show your thanks by shooting me? Whatever. Do as you please.
It would be funny if I go into this mission next and it shows like a little, it shows like a little sliver of damage.
I'm beginning to think I've got
Yeah.
rotten luck with women.
Oh, 7. There it is. I saw that 7.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Could go for a large star. Can't use double star yet. Gonna go for the blue orb here.
Smart move.
Yep.
I'm just gonna be right back.
Not to worry. Not to worry. Yep.
Ah, Jai,
There. Oh, never mind. Nothing really important up there. So we go through here. Whee! Alright. Anything across here? There we go. Green door. The pitch black void. Okay. Oh, was able to get that one working. Only took me like getting hit 4 or 5 times.
Sorry about that.
No, not to worry, not to worry. I'm just trying to pick up this thing.
X button, by the way.
Oh, no, I was able to do it with the green.
At least that's how I remember
No, there we go. It's B. It's the same for like doors and everything like that. Stone pillar and body with skulls. A similar pillar lies to the right. Something appears to be missing from it. Alright. We gotta go through this side chamber then for it.
Yep.
Whee! Wait, is it... Can I just use a... No. So, red is, like, legitimately it needs me to hit something. But what? Because the thingamadiggy has not popped up. And there's just all these, like, sarcophaguses around. Oh, there we go. Boobies on a mermaid.
Ooh.
Ah. Ow. Jump too soon. Ow. Might it'd be nice to have health bars for these guys. I know I am very much someone that loves to absorb information and such, and I know if I said that in like a Monster Hunter game, they're like, blasphemy, you don't need a health bar in this game. But
And you do have a health bar.
fucking where? I don't see. Oh, the reticule has like a little thingy-majiggy. Okay.
Hey, now you're seeing it. Now we're ordering from the same blockbuster.
There we go. Okay. Oh, hey, the booby mermaid dropped something. Hang on. What'd you drop, fair maiden? A siren shriek. The sorrow shrieks of the siren calms even the most ferocious of flames. Okay. Lift room. Cool. Oh. Oh. Alright. Only a technique imbued with the magic essence? Nope.
I believe that's for the rebellion.
Ah, okay, well, I do not have the rebellion on me, so... an elevator control, there's not enough power to operate it. No.
I can't remember if this is the Nivan fight or the other fight.
My question is... it seems to be, it's only not working for some reason. Alright, so that would go into the... What's Mahuzi? So that's the... Alright, back through here. Tranquil souls. There's nothing tranquil about this place.
I think it's supposed to be a morgue, so it's like tranquil souls because they're, dead bodies.
Yeah. So it appears to be missing...
Check the map.
Yep. Okay, so it's just...
Souls. That.
So, Tranquil, what's Mahuzi, Skull Spire, Pitch Black Void, and then Lift Room was over there. So... Does it want me back in that? Because, like... I have, like, a... This thing here. The most ferocious of flames.
Wasn't there a door with flames downstairs?
There was, but... Oh, wait, maybe... There's gotta... Now comes the fun part of figuring out, is there a... Because, like, here's the thing, is that... We go down here. Seems to be... Goes down, but it's not working for some reason. So... Is that telling us that we need to be... So there's this thing. There's not enough power to operate it. So that means it's empty, and... That doesn't do anything. Ding.
Yeah, give me the map again. Let me see. In the lift room.
Yeah, it just has the lift room. So it shows us where we are, which is the lift room right now.
Okay.
Yeah. Not much rhyme or reason. And I'm gonna be annoyed if, like, it is a case of just needing to get the rebellion out, but it's like, if it was just that, it's like, it would be nice if they had, like, a little hourglass thing for me to go to for it.
I think it is.
You don't think? Okay.
Hold on. Combat adjudicator. Oh yeah, no, you gotta go down to the Chamber of Echoes.
Yeah, but like that elevator.
Oh.
Like that's what I'm saying is like there's an elevator that would have likely have gotten me there, because this is where I am right now. And yeah, you can't just like jump off here.
Oh yeah, this is the Nivan fight. Where'd you start the mission?
I started the mission at the... Hang on, let me just drop all the way down here.
see. Start off in the dark corridor.
The divine light. Wait. I don't remember being here before.
Oh.
How did I... Okay, I've not been to the divine library. Give me a second. Alright. Never mind. Divine library is probably going to give me something for learning. Oh, an orichalcum fragment? It was used as an energy source. Ah, okay, so...
Oh yeah, no. You can just bounce now.
No. There's statues here I could be hitting for the red orbs. There we go. Go. And really, is there nothing else in this library? You think there would be something?
Not to my knowledge, and I've got the wiki open.
Huh.
Yeah, no.
All right. Okay. Cool. You can close the wiki at this point. So yeah, we had to go down here for the orichalcum and the fragment thing, and then we use this guy to bounce all the way up.
There's always one of these in these games.
Mm-hmm. Alright.
I like how ambient it is when you're just exploring.
Pretty nice. Same sort of vibes as when you're doing the what's-mahoozy through blah 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 blah. Like when you're going through earlier areas in like Resident Evil 7. Yeah, 7's the Resident Evil with the biohazard and such. Alright. So it's lacking a power source. We go here, putting the orichalcum fragment. So now we have an elevator available for us to use, which should take us down to the... So it says it goes down, so I'm imagining it's going to take us down to the place you mentioned, the echo chamber.
Chamber of Echoes.
Yep, there it is. Excuse me, stretchy. Alright, while I am here...
Elevator.
While I am here, I am going to change my equipment. Use Cerberus, use the Agni. Actually, before I forget...
Fire. Oh, you're going for the combat adjudicator?
Yep,
I mean, you'd have to go back up there, like, after you got the thing.
Oh, god damn, you're right. Well, I'm already up here. This is why I am not a speedrunner.
Yeah.
This is what I'm one of those like silly 100% completionists and what have. Oh.
You gotta get triple S for this, by the way.
Breakdown. Blast off. Blast off. Blast off.
What style are you using, by the way?
Just the trickster style.
Yeah, you'll need Sword Master for this.
Oh, ye of little faith.
Okay, get an SSS with this.
Never mind. I didn't realize that the little or like the number of things it had in his hand was an indicator of like, you know, the number of things. For now, I need to run. Talk to you later. Hope your day and week are good. Not to worry, Warhorse Ninja. Thank you for sticking around for as long as you did. I greatly appreciate it. We've crossed over the 9-hour mark, and now, so I'm gonna be streaming.
9 hour?
Sorry?
9 hour?
No, sorry. 9 p.m. So we've crossed over the 3-hour mark. Sorry. Crimson Flames, and then we use the streak. So yeah, so we're probably only gonna go for like another hour at this point, and then yeah.
Honestly, if you ask me, like finishing this mission is a good stopping point.
Would it? Okay. Oh, hello. I didn't know there was something down this. Hey, look at that! Our golden orb! Magical made by a secret passage. It can recall lost souls. And that shit is gonna get wasted in the next, like, encounter, no doubt.
Yeah, just use it for this boss, trust.
Is it gonna, like, ask us to use the yellow orb, or is it just gonna, you know... Because my concern is it's gonna get used on... Sorry, say that again?
It'll ask, yeah.
Okay, cool. Because my concern is it will... What in the...
Auto use.
Oh, interesting. Didn't... Mostly look like this.
You gotta make it break something. Or do you?
I think it was just breaking the ball itself. Oh, okay, so there's the crystal skull, which we needed. And now we got these guys. Alright, let me try and get away from the door so then that way I don't get, you know, there we go. Yeah, so using Rebellion on the sarcophagus guy is a lot better because I guess magical imbuement apparently is in it. Oh, thank Christ for the green orbs. I was worried for me.
Yeah.
There. Donk. And then get out of here. Then style swap from trickster to swordman. And then actions. Do I have enough for anything?
I'll be right back.
Sounds good. Stinger, drive, air hike. No, not with the equipment. Not with the amount
Going
of
into the
orbs.
boss room without me.
All right. Let me just find my. There's my elevator. I'm just gonna try and deal with that combat adjudicator. Ah. Alright, so there's that. Alright, so... There we go. Got to stylish. Alright. So, with luck, we'll...
Sorry about that.
Nah, not to worry. Ah, damn it.
Let me guess. You've gotten accustomed to having your BB for Trickster.
Yeah.
So you're not using the inbuilt dodge.
There we go. Thankfully, they give me green orbs after all that. So, it's... it trips me up. It really does, not having a dedicated dodge button. It's crazy to have a style that you cannot quickly swap to. Be like, hey, one of these is dodge and the other is parry.
Yeah. PNGTuber will fix that for you.
Like, oh, that was it. So I can go...
Or you could mod the game.
Yeah, I'm not gonna mod the game. So the okay, so the directionals get you to the menu. Which, I guess, but not really my cup of tea, let me tell you.
Yeah, no, me neither. Directional's always on Star Switch. Get as many as you can there.
Okay. So I have about maximum as much health as I can get, and oh, would you look at that? There's a hourglass thing here, which means I can change my style before we go in there. So then that way, you know, I'm actually not you know, making mistakes and what have you. And I still don't have the monies for anything else, so we're gonna go through here.
Here we go.
Do you really think this is gonna take me like 45 minutes? Virgil! Are we going up against Virgil at this hour?
That we are.
Holy shit. Good thing I've got Rebellion still.
Yeah, it's what's the word? It's artistic. Pretend he's sitting in his plastic chair.
You showed up.
He was definitely ill at that line.
Yeah.
You sure know how to throw a party. No food, no drinks, and the only babe just left.
My sincerest apology, brother. I was so eager to see you, I couldn't concentrate on preparations for the bash.
Whatever. At any rate, it's been a whole year since we last met. How about a kiss from your little brother? Or better yet, how about a kiss from this?
You already held the gun in your hand. You didn't need to do the whole, like, grabbing from the side.
This is what they call a heartwarming family reunion, eh?
You got that right.
Okay, ready.
Oh. Ow. Ow.
Yeah. Scum.
Ooh. Yeah, I'm getting like a lot of.
See that?
Ow. Is he saying liftoff?
No, Dante is saying.
Oh, okay.
Now I'm a little motivated.
Ow. No, because that was a terrible run. We didn't even get through like a third of the health.
Yeah.
Yep, we're still on Trickster, and then we have Royal Guard. Minimizing this allows to maneuver into a more strategic matter. It's not gonna do there.
At this level, Royal Guard would not be a smart move.
No. Can't use blue orb. Can't get another golden orb. Can't really increase any. Oh, nope, can't.
You just got tough it.
Yep. Won't be
Go lock in, Grant.
Yep. No, I know. I gotta lock in. It's gonna be difficult though. Anytime I stream, I can just feel 10% of my brain just going away, and I can't go. Like, if I go non-verbal, then it's like, you know, what's the fun? Oh, damn it.
Started off pretty good though.
Damn it, Statue was in the way.
Oh, he's moving.
Oh.
you going?
Oh, this may be fun.
This may be fun.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, his hair is like, you know, no longer what's a mahoozy.
Yeah. You're in the rain. Where those judgment cuts.
Yes!
Nice. Second try.
Yay! Thank you for being here. So then that way there was at least a little bit of commentary during the stream, so I wasn't just going nonverbal, focusing so
No,
hard.
straight up locking. No one would blame you for locking the fuck in.
Yep.
Oh, look at this.
Oh my, jeez. Oh, he
Wait
could.
for it.
Oh, you gotta
He's
be
too
shitting
sweet
me.
with it.
God.
You refuse to gain power. The power of our father, Sparta.
Father? I don't have a father. I just don't like you, that's all.
Foolishness, Dante. Foolishness.
They really do look like twins when both their hair are down like that.
Yeah.
And without strength, you cannot protect anything. Let alone yourself.
Oh no, his amulet. And he cut at his hand just as an extra measure.
Yeah.
Oh, there he goes,
He's
slicking
still
back
playing
his
with it.
hair again.
Which is crazy because like he must have like demon gel.
Just in his glove at the ready.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, the amulet. Since he did it with the amulet's gonna have like demon gel.
baby.
You finally have it.
Yes. Now the spell Sparta cast will be broken.
Shut up, Flotcom. You may want to snooze this ad break, chat.
You should be able to do that, I believe. Oh my god, he's awakened.
I see a devil inside you has awakened as well.
That would have fucking mangled his hand.
We should leave.
Yeah.
For the moment, we have all that we need.
Yeah, but he's good. He healed up. Besides, what does the glowing Dante mean?
I'm guessing this is like his first, like, you know, timeline-wise, like, Devil Trigger.
Favorite? Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, it was.
I love that.
It was like a
Devil Trigger
blink
design.
and you miss it moment.
Yeah, that's because like that was his first one ever. He busted and he has no stamina left. Also, for the occasion.
Thank you for the hyper himbo. I greatly appreciate it. Show off my double trigger.
Yeah. Yeah. Grant's Devil Trigger is way buffer than Dante's.
23 minutes to get through that. We'll hit save. I've got like another at least half an hour, so we got one more mission we can do. We can do one more
Yeah,
mission.
sounds good.
So yeah, let's go through the one more mission. Okay, he just ripped a sleeve.
Yeah, he just walks it off. His suit stays like that for the whole game.
With the one sleeve cut.
Yep.
Oh yeah, that was the where Virgil like cut him initially when he tried to grab his amulet back. Really cool. Shame that I am not that effective at killing the Griffin thingamajiggies.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice. That's what happens in DMC2. These, like little.
Yeah.
So this would be like a gunslinger style.
Yeah, this is a gunslinger show off. Like he just did rainstorm and then cruising time. That's enemy step.
What the? Nice.
He shoots his sword.
That's not how physics works, but that is a rule of cool.
Yeah. The Tammany group cannot be that tall.
It would be a tower reaching for the heavens for it to be at that distance. And he gets eaten by flipping.
He got bored.
This isn't the first time in this series either. It's happened like every time so far.
It's not even the last.
Alright, I'm gonna see what Artemis is like. So I'm gonna keep them to.
Also, do you see how
Oh, Purple
the
Lord.
rebellion awakened?
Sorry?
The rebellion awakened.
Oh!
It's God.
The keepsake record has awakened the things to power. Nice. Sorry, I'm just like looking at the thingamajiggies. I might just use Rebel Orb. So I'll just get that at the get-go, just so then that way we have that available.
Which orb do you think's getting the best head?
Purple.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at the Devil Trigger just absolutely grinning.
The Devil Star is getting absolute teeth.
That. I have no idea what Devil Trigger is going to be like in this game, but I'm already like grabbing like almost all of it to Devil Trigger, which is kind of silly.
The gold orb looks like it's like made peace with itself from head.
Oh, it's gone with the H.I. Geiger 4 as well. Left bumper after you store 3 Devil Trigger gauges transforms in demon form Dante. Press and hold LB for a brief period, then release to a catch nearby. In a transformation, Fox damaging him as you shift it to demon form.
Also, each weapon, like a sword weapon, gives a different DT.
And I can't air like that, so... I got the 3 more remain.
Where'd that ship even come from?
Just, you know, he needed it for something.
Yeah, he was hungry.
Oh,
Secret mission.
ride the elevator to the top. Oh, this is a secret mission I can probably do. Oh my... And then there's like another...
A secret mission inside of a secret mission.
Nah, that's not how it works. Okay. They're just taking like the same scene is all. It's silly that the Artemis arms just still stays there even if I'm not selecting it.
Bye. Secret mission failed. Oh no, it comes back down.
Yep. Oh, wait, no, I can't hit them from off here. I have to ride the elevator all the way up. Three, two, one, go. Oh, you bastard! So it is gonna play it like that. Darn you. So they are powerful to some degree. It's just, you know. What the? Hang on, what?
There's too many of them.
Oh, okay, I see. So if too many of them are there, then it... Okay. Annoying that that's how it's wanting to play this. Oh, damn it. Now comes the... Oh, at least I can, like... Yep, okay. Dunk. And then... Actually, no, I'll just die for this one. I'll just...
I think it wants you to knock the enemies off.
Ah! It's gonna be annoying if that's the case, because I don't really have... No, just die. Just let me die. There we go.
Usually I play all the secret missions like after I finish the campaign and got all the thingamabobs.
Fair. Oh, hello. I need to go this way. Avoid all the bile nonsense. There we go. Yeah. Oh, hello, red thingamadiggy. Oh, of course, then he does it. Alright. Dunk. And I just need one more tusk from something. What's the next one? So it's none of... Ugh. Alright, so it's not this here. Barely true. Alright. Oh, hello. That does it. Such a weird stomach. Like, come on. What the fuck would decide to have teeth in its stomach?
No, you can actually get tumors that have teeth. And eyes.
Are you talking
Come on,
about like
you know.
I don't know, that just sounds like a really warped conjoined twin. Alright, the
Oh,
Artemis like
okay.
weapon, I'm gonna be real with you, is such a distraction. I'm just gonna swap back to... There we go.
A teratoma.
Go.
Ugh.
And
Dude,
Oregon
it's not solid.
rides
Don't search it up. It's very.
ferociously on the other side of the membrane. You can't get any closer right now. Oh joy.
I should not have looked that up. It's just really fucking gross.
Oh, shit.
It's the boss from Mission 3. No. The boss from Mission 4.
Yep. Ow. Knowing that I still got hit once or twice. Oh, a white orb. Revitalizes lost magic power. Oh, it gives me, devil trigger gauges. Alright, do not stay near them because they're probably gonna, like, burst and hit me with poison damage. This is probably, like, one of the more disgusting of the intestine kind of levels I've ever experienced. Yeah. Like, Scorn is the only one, but that's because, like, it really is just like a HG Geiger inspired game, and that's, like, the only other reason. Alright, I need to... Okay, so it's not letting me break that thing, so they're just going to absorb the red orbs that I'm collecting. There we go. So I need to... Oh, no, just grab it. Ignis Fadius. Souls of those sent to hell for the sin of jealousy. They are Leviathan's energy source.
One moment.
That's weird. Apparently you can kill the worm thing in that hallway and get a lot of red orbs, but I don't know if that's true or not. It probably is, because I know you can kill... Because, like, you could kill the spider thingamadiggy in Devil May Cry 1. And the only reason I know that is because of a Josh Drive Haze video. And it's like, you just... grab Devil Trigger. Oh, hello, green orb. Thank you. Also, hi there, Dunky Donuts. You found at the Dunkin' Donuts. Honestly hilarious that there's several games out there with stomach levels. There are several out there within Devil May Cry. I have gone through a Devil May Cry game, and each game has now had a stomach.
4 level.
Yep. That wants Icy Cool, which I do not have. So yeah. So, also welcome Dunky. I am going through the Devil May Cry series, because prior to streaming it, I've never gone through Devil May Cry before. Oh, here he is again. Actually, fuck it, let's... Yep, you can go through it, you just, you know, need devil triggers. Yeah, it's getting damaged. It's getting damaged. There we go. Use that item while I can. I accidentally used the directional, but we're gonna do that as is. Dez with the Vor subliminal messaging, shake my head. We're not gonna kink shame the Vor enthusiast, but we are most certainly still gonna question it.
Anyway, you shouldn't kink shame the Vor enthusiasts. They're right here.
Are you a Vor enthusiast, Dunky Donuts?
Oh no, it's about me.
Oh, okay. There we go. Yay, we got ourselves some... Got us a giant red orb. I don't know how much red orb I had previously, but I don't think it's worth 2 green vital stars for it, so... Alright, so that was... that one. Am I going the right way? Leviathan's stomach. Oh.
Bonker.
There we go. Alright, the red orbs are not being absorbed, which means that there isn't like a thingy-majiggy... Oop. Ow. I was a fool, but we're not gonna question that. Also glad to see Sir Dragon is still with us. Ding dong. You're an every kink enthusiast. Ah, bold, donkey. Bold, but I do appreciate that. I myself am an enthusiast of growth and hyper. That's my thing. Okay, so we use the Ignis. Cool. Awesome.
An enthusiast of growth and hyper. Hello, hyper artist. I'd like to commission a stream.
No, not Cap. Why would you do this to me?
Also, this is the most dog shit boss in the game. And there's a lot of dog shit bosses in this game.
Alright, so that's that guy out of the way.
Go. Get that nutsack.
Yeah, I'm going for it. I'm going for it.
I'd recommend DT.
Oh, yeah, let me use my DT.
I think we can slash those.
Yay, I'm on Showtime right now, so... Come on, come on, come on. Damn it. Go. Is there like a difference between like going for one over the other?
Not really.
Okay. Just have the thingy-majiggy destroy their thingies. There we go. You down. Devil trigger while I can. Ow. Should have dodged twice for that one. Use. Come on. Destroy your... Oh, okay, never mind. Oh. Ow. Fuck! Yeah, I'm gonna use the... Gonna use a yellow orb here. Oh my god. That's annoying. Oh, once again I fell for it. on. Almost there, almost there, almost there. Ah, you bastard, so close. And I timed that incorrectly. Devil trigger in me. Oh my god, don't you dare. Of course, he's grinding health. That was very risky devil trigger for me.
That was very risky.
Yeah. Can't kink shame me off into the deck.
A foundation
I'm
brought out
getting yeah, I was getting like thrown around.
Yes. Fear.
Thank you for the boobs, Omega.
Can't you feel it?
And welcome, Delta Zero.
Oh, so yeah, hi Delta Zero. We're getting a few more people who haven't seen my stream seeing this for the first time, so that's pretty nice.
With their desires for evil being unfulfilled.
Normally I'm a 3D VTuber. You'll notice it in my like channel trailer and in my clips, but for Devil May Cry, Cap over here was responsible for making the zebra as you see right now, dressed up as Dante. I quite love it. So we got a D-Himbo look. Oh, his weird face thingy-majiggy is doing a thing. It's like pulsating and shit. But yeah, so Capricious went in. I've played DMC3 before. I've never played DMC3 before. I have not played any of the Devil May Cry games except Devil May Cry Remake before I did streaming. And yeah, so I've gone on playing through the Devil May Cry series on Monday. So about 4 weeks ago I started. It took me like 2 streams to get through Devil May Cry 1, and then another 2 streams to get through Devil May Cry 2. I'm gonna be real with you, I enjoyed Devil May Cry 2 more than Devil May Cry 1. I got frustrated with Devil May Cry 1's final boss, Mundus, near the end. I'm gonna swap over to standing mode because yeah, I've now, like, I'm close to having streamed for like the last 4 hours, and we've completed 8 missions so far. This might be... Actually, I need to go... Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go for a quick bathroom break. Cap, you're gonna figure out how many missions there are in this Devil May Cry thingy-majiggy, and hopefully after the advertisement, I will be back and we'll talk more. Be right back.
Yep, 20 missions. Nothing beats us. Star 2 holiday. A Jet 2 holiday. Yeah, except for like... Man, you came in like right at the end. Yeah, like, he's about to head off. But welcome.
Oh, hi, Jack! Is that Jack in the VC?
Nah, it's, Bin Cat.
It's Coach.
Coach.
Oh, hang on. Let me see. Ah, okay. Hi there, Coach. So, okay, if you're wondering how Coach had got in here, Cap, don't panic. I've created a new role in my like Discord. So there's a few peeps. So by the by, Coach, I'm streaming right now to Twitch.
I just got that. Yeah,
Yeah.
I did not know. I thought I was gonna click on here to get actually to the stream because that's typically what I do. Is I click on your profile to.
Ah,
open
okay,
up
okay.
automatically.
But yeah, so I've created a little thingamadiggy for the Discord where if there are people who have like passed my vibe check and aren't a moderator, I've now made a specific group so that they are now allowed to join into the zebra streaming thingamadiggies.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I probably should have mentioned some. I'll actually mention it in the Discord after tonight's stream. I saved the thingamadiggies. If I click next, it'll take us to the next cutscene. I think it's worth watching the cutscene and then quitting out of the game, I think is how we're gonna do it. Yeah, and Cap is Virgil. So hang on a sec. Let me just hold tab so then that way the game isn't doing its thing. But yeah, Cap is the artist over here, and Cap was responsible.
What?
Sorry?
I thought you said Cap is the autist.
No, Cap is the artist. I don't know if you're on the spectrum. I know I'm on the spectrum. I'm the
Yeah,
artist.
I am on the spectrum, but like that was quite the introduction.
Cap is the artist. I am the autist. Cap first started with making themselves as Virgil while I was going through the Devil May Cry series. So they dressed themselves up as Virgil for Devil May Cry 1 and Devil May Cry 2. And during the events of Devil May Cry 2, they decided to make me a PNGTuber with me as Dante. And it was absolutely fantastic. The way it started as well, Cap wanted to be... Cap is sitting in the mean chair. Yeah, Cap is sitting in the mean chair. The way it started as well is that Cap was like, oh, pick a Devil May Cry girl that you think is like I should dress up as or something like that. I had no context to the Devil May Cry girls or anything like that. But the most I knew about DMC was that, oh yeah, like Dante and Virgil are in it because of Capcom versus Marvel. And it was like, why don't you just dress up as Dante? Because I know who that is. And Cap was just like, you're a genius. And so she went and drawn herself as Virgil, as you see there. And you've done like a clever little thing as well where there's a lawn chair behind you. So when you mute yourself, you just disappear, leaving the lawn chair.
Would you guys like to see it?
Yeah.
Okay,
I
be
wanna
right
see
back.
See, look at that. Nothing but the lawn chair.
And then when I come in, I go.
This may be fun.
Yeah. So yeah, so I absolutely love their art. You should definitely go check them out. I think we gave a shout out early, but yeah, do a shout out again. It's been at least over an hour since you were last shouted out. And yeah, they do some really wonderful arts. So they have done this zebra form. They've done it for the D himbo and the extra himbo as well. Mission 10 is the halfway point. Ah, okay, cool. Yeah, because 20 missions sounds about right. Oh, coach, not the lever. Oh, that didn't work. I need to fix that. Oh, and he's covered in blood. I'll need to fix the I'll need to fix that lever thing because I think I've actually like broken it, quote unquote. I think, yeah, that's why I had like that's why I had a group or something like that. So I'm gonna need to refund you for that. All right, back to the game real quick. So yeah, so sorry. I fucked around with my OBS scenes and what have you, and yeah, I've made a grave error for removing a like a PNG group.
Asking for a date. Forget it, because I make it a point not to go shoot me in the head.
Date a demon?
Yeah, I came to pop on and say hi
desperate.
before I have to go and
Besides,
we'll go on to work.
I really don't care.
No, not to worry, Coach. Thank you so much for doing a quick drop-in, saying hi, testing out the features. I really appreciate it. So,
You're
yeah.
right.
Are you a follower of Devil May Cry stuff as well?
I don't have a name.
Hang on. You're quite soft for me, and you're probably going to be soft for chat as well. Sorry. Oh, I already have you at like 200% volume on my side.
It's too early in the morning.
Oh yeah, it's like fucking what, like 4 in the morning?
7.
Yeah, it's like
7 a.m. It's
God.
almost 8 a.m.
Then what should I
Yeah.
call you?
I don't care. Whatever you want.
Whatever, lady.
Is that going to be your name for the Devil May Cry series now? Is Lady?
Yep.
Because I don't want to miss the party.
9mm Lucia. Interesting that they give it a name. Mission 9 faded. What's some koozies? And then I'll stick to Trickster for now. Do I have the monies for any updates? I do for Jetstream, which would be good.
Oh. New face.
New face?
Yeah, I just wanted to
Alright.
I wanted to update it. I wanted to see if it updated.
Oh yeah, the little trash. It didn't update on because I'm using what's-a-mahoozy, Fugi React. So what you can actually do is you can set it in Fugi and React, and it should update. I will double check on my side if I have it like enforcing, because I should have it, because there's a fun little thing where Fugi React now gives you like multiple profiles. So after I've logged into Discord React, I've been able to actually do like a little fun thing of, having multiple profiles and just swapping between them while I was in someone else's stream. So yeah, you can have like 8 profiles. All right, so I can go to bin coach and I can go. So yeah, there's like user. So yeah, I've left it at user's choice, and there's like different kinds of overrides. So interesting that it doesn't. But yeah. In every pre-mission cutscene, the number of respective missions is hidden in it. Yeah, Cap mentioned that to me back at chapter 3.
I mentioned it in chapter 1. The pizza box had it.
Oh, I thought you were just meaning that the pizza brand was 1. I was like, okay, yeah, pizza number 1, I guess. I didn't really put any gumption to that. I am so sorry. All right, I am going to quit the mission here because ding, 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 ding. Because yeah, it's getting close to the end of the night for me. Save this content before I disappear. There we go. And then Yep, exiting out of this screen. So yeah, bonk. And then I'll just need to exit out of here again. Okay, no, that's not. Yeah, it has like the same look of like Devil May Cry 1, the quality of the models. So, but
there we go. There we go. It updated.
Hey,
Okay, perfect.
it's working. Nah, look at Coach in their little trash panda.
Lovely.
Lovely, absolutely lovely. But yeah, so that is actually going to be it for me tonight. So yeah, because for those of you that came in relatively late and what have you for Delta and for Dunkin' Donuts, I normally start streaming at like 6 p.m. my time, so about 4 hours ago. And, I go on until this hour. On Saturday, I'm going to be experimenting with starting at a much later time. So So the time that it is right now, 9:55, imagine me on a Saturday, an hour after this, getting started. So I reckon that's going to be a bit of an okay time for the Americans and the Europeans, so it should be good there. Dunkin' Donuts, thank you so much for the follow. I missed that follow 27 minutes ago. I'm so sorry. And yeah, so Saturday is going to be a charity stream for the VTuber Summer Slam. I definitely need to start thinking about, rewards and incentives when we get to the thingamadiggies. I'm probably not going to put too much work into them, unfortunately, just because 2 weeks ago I did a charity that time and we didn't get very far, so I don't want to over-promise almost and get under-delivered or anything like that. But if you're wondering, the next time I'm going to be streaming before then, I will be streaming some Clair Obscur on Wednesday night. So 2 days from now, we're going to have some Clair Obscur. And after that, there's going to be a morning stream for Death Stranding 2 on Friday morning. Because, yeah, did you know that Death Stranding 2 is coming out this week?
I did not know that.
Yeah, crazy. I thought it was going to be coming out in October of all times. But lo and behold, it's coming out in June. Technically speaking, I think it's coming out tomorrow or the next day if you purchase like the digital deluxe, where they're like, oh, you can play the game and there's some pre-order bonus, and one of them is being able to play the game like 2 days ahead of time, which I'm gonna be frank with you, it feels like a mixture of paying for early access in a AAA game without the actual early access incentives, or it's a streamer tax, where if someone wants to stream the game but they don't want to like fall behind everyone else, they're like, oh, I need to pay like a $30 to $50 premium just to play it a day or two ahead of time. And it's like, you're not press, you're not media at that point. Like, everyone else would want to purchase that. So where's the advantage? So yeah, not looking forward to purchasing pre-orders just for 2 days ahead of time. So yeah, otherwise that's it for me. I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate all of you who came along. I hope you all loved the different forums that we had for like, you know, my Zeebs and Devil May Cry. Do my buttons work? Let's see. I had like, you know, this D himbo size here, which is way more closer to Dante's like shape and what have you. Thank you, Cap, for doing that. And then
we had this devil trigger here. Coach has probably never heard my voice going through all the filters and such like that. Just no idea of the actual level of like pitch shift for this Chad fucking body they're seeing before them.
Unfortunately, this form makes me want to say things that'll get us banned on Twitch for being too horny.
Yeah. So I won't stick to that. But yeah, I absolutely love the work you did, Kat. I greatly appreciate it, and I definitely need to like reward you. No, not reward. What was it? Compensate.
Like a good girl.
Like a good girl. Compensate. That's the word. Compensation. That's the more appropriate phrase. But yeah, otherwise, that's it for tonight. Oh my gosh, I've said that like 3 or 4 times. So we're gonna go on a little raid, and let's have a look and see who is online. We could go for a completely random person, someone who hasn't been streaming for like the last 4 hours. And let's see. I have not seen a number of these. No one's really screaming. Oh, wait, actually, no, there is one. Eviscerator Mark II. This person, bless them, they have raided into my streams several times in the past. So we're going to go and raid into them. And I hope some of you will join in with our raid message, which is just himbo raid, all caps. If you are not subscribed, that's okay. You're welcome to use whatever other emotes you have able to you. And yeah, Cap.
Actually, if you're not subscribed, scum, get subscribed.
Don't listen to Cap. If you're not subscribed, it's fine.
Yeah.
But Cap,
don't forget you can use
Twitch
Prime.
Yeah, you can use Twitch Prime. There's a lot of options. But yeah, Cap, thank you once again for making this PNGTuber model. I appreciate it, and so glad that you're able to be here with me as I go through DMC3. Coach, thank you for jumping in for the quick minute before you head off to work. I hope you had a wonderful time, and I hope you'll wake up in also, ready and peppy. But for everyone else, I hope you all have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night as we go and raid into Eviscerator. And hopefully I'll see you all Wednesday night for Claire Obscure. Otherwise, I'll see you all next time. Bye for now.
Bye.
Bye.